go. Hello, Dark Elf Martinez. How's your day going? Okay. Hello, Gary One. You miss me? Eh? Give me more of your wisdom again? Eh? Hello, Maxie. How's your day going? Okay. Time to get started. Okay. Hello, Wolf Gaming. Can't believe Grab lives. Yep, I haven't been on stream in a little while. My schedule is a little bit too rough lately. I haven't watched your stream in 2 or 1 months. I see. Well, welcome back. Someone oiled me up. Well, no one's gonna put me in an air fryer today. No air fried crab. And put you on a pan? Yeah. Alrighty. Let me see. I guess for this first warm-up drawing, I'll just be drawing Pandora. Pandora from ReZero. How would it fold like that? Well, I guess, yeah, I'd probably fold similar to how I've done it. her forehead? Well, actually, she has a pretty large forehead. Can you draw a Rize Bomb Devil form? Nah, maybe sometime in the future. I do want to draw Rize at one point. Right now, though, probably not. Hello, Emperor. How's your day going? Welcome to the stream. My day's been good. What about yours? Well, my day started just recently, so yeah, my day's good as well. I'm gonna go for that same type of style that I drew that doll pathos in. See where that gets me. Dennis have made any femboy art when I was gone? No. Do you think I'm gonna draw a guy? I mean, actually, I have drawn a guy recently, but that's besides the point. Hello! 06. How's your day going? Why won't he draw any? Because I don't wanna. I've drawn for 2 weeks. Wow, that's a long time to not draw, I guess. Hopefully you can get some drawing done then at some point. Fingers? Fingers indeed. Probably more like this, actually. There we go. Bring in the smile. Have you used Ibis paint before? I have not, no. Although I heard it's decent. I've heard that it is a decent drawing software. And it's like free, right? Okay, that's mostly fine. Hold on, let me fix up these legs. Well, more like the right leg specifically. That's a tad bit better. Hello, Onfi. I haven't seen you in a while. Well, to be fair, I also haven't streamed in a little bit. How's your day going? Hopefully your day's going well. Doing a little Pandora today? Indeed. Just a sketch. A quick, well, yeah, sketch doodle thing. Just for a warm-up. Recently I've been trying to master a style, well, not master, but I've been trying to get better at, like, being able to do lower effort drawings that still look decent. So I've been trying to get better at, like, this doodle-ish style. How's your day going, Mega? What character are you drawing today? I'm drawing Pandora on the right from ReZero. I have heard of the I guess you are my PogChamp meme. Yeah. Hello, Pro Totally. And it's going alright, thanks for asking. How about y'all? How about all? Oh, yeah, same thing. I did. Anyways, I'm doing well. I'm doing fine. It's not like I've woken up that long ago, so my day hasn't really had a time to start. But yeah, so far it's been good. Am I drinking coffee? No, I actually don't drink coffee. I don't think I've really ever had coffee, unless I was like I think I had coffee one time when I was a child, but it was like, it was watered down, or I guess milked down. Yeah, I think it was like watered down coffee that my grandma gave me one time, and it didn't really do anything. Probably because it was watered down. Yeah, never really had coffee. What if I put this underneath the skin layer? That might help, actually. Why not? I don't know. I'm not too into I don't know, I just don't have any reason to drink coffee, I guess. I just don't feel like I want to drink coffee. I've been replaying Kingdom Hearts 3 with a suite of mods. It's been real fun. A suite of mods. I read that like suit. That's nice. I've actually never played Kingdom Hearts. Okay, fine, I need to move that up there. But that's the one with, Sora, I think, yeah? Yeah. With the key blades. And the, like, Disney, or just, is it Disney characters only, or just a bunch of different characters? Like, a bunch of different, I think it's probably just Disney characters. I have a little bit of coffee, and 69 liters of milk plus sugar. You have some coffee in your sugar. I mean, you have some coffee in your milk. Please remove it. But yeah. I mean, sometimes, I guess, I've never been in a spot where, like, where coffee has been, like, super... basically I won't go out of my way to do something. So unless there's like a place where there's already coffee made and someone like offering it to me, I'm probably not gonna make it or go out of my way to get it. Holy diabetes. It doesn't have to be that much sugar. All he said was plus sugar. Right? Yeah, not a specific amount. Unless milk gives you diabetes. I'm gonna use this brush for the cloak. Hello, Sephiroth. How's your day going? Hopefully your day is going well. Hello, Jack. How's your day going? That's good. Yeah, I'm doing good too. I'm just chilling, as always. Orange or mango? I like mangoes more. And the best mango I've had has been better than the best orange I've had, but oranges are pretty good as well. Not really good. Kind of depressed, really. A relative of mine passed away yesterday. Oh, my condolences. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Well, hopefully you feel better with time, I suppose. Well, I guess that's how it works. Grieving is yeah, I guess weird. Hello, Amanda. How's your day going? If Mr. Beast did that, I'd probably draw. Ask me that question. I don't want a heart attack. Is there going to be an alt of this art? No. This art is not interesting enough for me to do that. This is just a random sketch, basically, just like a doodle. What pisses me off, though? She was aged, it was a preventable matter, and completely a result of the incompetence of the healthcare system we have. Yeah. Healthcare is not that great over here. Well, if you don't have the money, I suppose. Which is crazy that your life depends on the amount of, your quality, your ability to recover from something that shouldn't be that life-threatening is dependent solely on the amount of money you have, but yeah. I don't want to be 10 feet tall or 8 inches tall. Both of those sound really unpleasant. I guess I'd rather be 8 inches tall. Perhaps I'd die quickly. Hello, Seth. How's your day going? It has been a little bit of a while. You're sad because there's no alt? You say that like you know where to find the alts. You don't know where I hide my alts. I mean, it'd be on Twitter or Pixif, but still. What do you think about ReZero Season 4, Episode 8? If that was the most recent episode, it was... okay, so I have faith in the writer. People have said that people who have read the light novel has said everything will be fine. Everything will be fine, as in, the story will be for the better, right? So, even though I don't necessarily like the... usually when stories do what ReZero has done, it doesn't really end up that well, and it's pretty unsatisfying, but I have faith so far. I mean, the writer hasn't gone wrong yet. Mr. Tape has not gone wrong yet, so, it's fine. And, I think the episode is good. That aside, I think the episode was a good episode, right? I just don't necessarily like that direction in a vacuum, but I'll have faith. In any case, yeah. It felt like season 1, but the problem is it's not season 1. So that was cause for concern for me. But yeah, I mean, it's another thing. I don't think a writer who is as good as the writer of ReZero would I think that writer knows what's good and what's not good. So I also even if light novel readers even if they weren't glazing the series, I think I'd still have faith, because I tend to assume that the writer is relatively competent. So if things just ended like this and it just continued with no payoff at all, yeah, that'd be bad. But I have faith. Excited for Aura Monster? I don't know. Patreon. I do have a Patreon. Hello, Wanderer of Fates. Today I found out there were alts. Only art. It's not like every single one of my art has alts. This drawing on the left has an alt, but yeah. Good day. It didn't show up for a while due to master's dissertation and college. Now I'm free. Nice. Season 4 is out? Yeah, Season 4 has been out for, about 2 months, I guess. If there's 8 episodes, then it must have been 2 months. You're overestimating writers' ability to ruin everything. You mean underestimate? Okay, yeah. Nah, it's not like I'm ignorant to the fact that writers can ruin everything. It's a mix between, I think that they're like, I don't know. I have some sort of, I think it'd be weird for a writer like Tape in such a sudden like usually you can feel like the passion for a story like running out and stuff like that. There's usually signs. It's rarely the case that a writer simply like just does, unless it's like at the end of a series, right? Unless it's like erased or something like that. It's very rare that like a series just takes a complete nosedive in quality for like almost no reason. So I'd assume like it'd have a plan. Of course, like yes, it's possible. I just feel like it's less likely with the ReZero author, especially because of how much people glaze the series. Like people who have read the light novel way past where the season is right now, it just feels unlikely to me. What's your opinion of The Boys finale? Haven't watched it. I've only watched up to season 3. Do you study anatomy or just copy a lot of reference poses? I mean, I think copying, like I don't copy any reference poses because that's a lot of work. But yes, I do a lot. If I'm trying to like learn something, I do use a lot of reference. I think that's worked out like relatively well. Mr. Jonathan, how's your day going? Welcome to the stream. How good is that? Yeah, it's relatively fine. But yeah, I said words, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, me copying references was the way that I improved the most. Sometimes I would study like anatomy, like there was a time where I did neck, like a study of like the neck muscles and such like that and stuff like that. I also did like a study of maybe like the arms. So yeah, like I have done studies on anatomy, but like I think any study you do of like a piece of anatomy is going to use a reference anyways. So I think either way, I think if you do it, you're gonna be you're kind of gonna be using reference in any case. The Patreon is calling me. True. Yeah. If you guys want to see exclusive artworks, then link is in the description. Of course, they're NSFW for the most part. You can see sketches. I have some animations there as well. I got some animations there too. His girlfriend dumps him equals killing everyone and turning Billy into a sock or something. Is ReZero gonna have the Attack on Titan ending? To be fair, if ReZero had the Attack on Titan ending, I wouldn't really mind that much, because I didn't mind the Attack on Titan ending. Like, of course, it could have been better. I think it obviously could have been better, but I don't think it was, like, the worst ending ever. I think it was, like, just a relatively okay ending that probably could have been executed a little bit better, and probably could have, like, taken just a little bit more time to, like, expand on some points, but for the most part, I think it was a good ending. Good compared to like a bad ending. Like it's good compared to like Oshinoko. Of course, that's like scraping the bottom of the barrel. But I'm just saying this to say that I don't think Attack on Titan's ending was like the worst ending. It's not like a complete dumpster fire. Hello, Master. How's your day going? Tape knows what he's doing. Yeah, I assume so. Next episode is going to be pure non-stop action. You're gonna love it. Maybe. Although it's not like I don't need a sword to necessarily have non-stop action. Like I like Oshinoko. I don't think Oshinoko necessarily has like action in like not like usually. It's more like a mystery. I like mysteries, you know. And the parts of shows that I like usually has to do with like the mystery rather than like the fighting or anything like that. But ReZero action is great. So yeah, I'm probably gonna love it. How can I not love ReZero action? Look, season 3 was peak. Season 3 was peak. Oh no, I was saying that to say that like in like summertime rendering, I think my favorite part of summertime rendering was like the early part of it, where it was less about like the action and more like about the figure out what the heck is even going on. Maybe this is a weird take, but I think when writers make decisions that are it inspires people to make their own stories with their best endings, which is kind of cool. Being subjective. Being subjective. Wait, huh? I mean, yeah, I think that's an interesting take. It's probably true. I haven't thought about it like that. But yeah, the endings, whether an ending is good or bad, is going to be subjective. Hello, Dara. How's your day going? Wait, huh? Hello, Yami. How's your day going? That's the correct way to call you. What happened to Oshinoko? Yeah. Yeah. Let's just say people did not like the ending, at all. And, like, even as someone who has not read the manga, I did kind of... People were... Yeah, it's not the best. Did you hear or read about that one arc? That one arc? No, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't watched anime in a minute. Last I watched Lord of the Mysteries. Oh, that was good. That was a good one. Maybe I should take a break from art and stuff and get into reading an anime, but yeah, sure. Healthcare's bad everywhere? I don't know. What do we even pay taxes for? Yeah, I mean... Even though I usually don't condone violence, it's things like this, it's things like these that make me believe... Waiver? Don't know what that is. Yeah, the healthcare systems aren't notoriously bad. I mean, of course, there's some places where they're, like, decent, but most of the time they're not gonna be that good. Which, like, sucks, because, like, what's the point in having a healthcare system that doesn't help you when you need it the most? ReZero arc? The useless arc? I don't really know. I don't really know what you're talking about. I mean, I personally don't try and spoil myself on anything ReZero. If I get a hint of any ReZero spoilers, I kind of just tune out. Naturally, I would not have heard of it. Bro called me the correct way and then corrected himself in the incorrect way, saying that's the correct way. The correct one? It is, because it is. You aren't Daru, you're Yami. Just tell me what happened. Only season 2 of Oshinoko. Is the ending bad or disappointing? It's kind of both. It's kind of both. I think it's like, so like, it's kind of like the... Okay. I think it's probably it's unsatisfying, I think, at least to me personally. It's unsatisfying, and like, I like the Chainsaw Man ending more. Well, mostly because the Chainsaw Man ending, while it just felt rushed. I think if the Chainsaw Man ending wasn't rushed, I think it'd be good. The Oshinoko ending, it just feels, I don't know, it's just not that, it just doesn't feel that good to me. It's just not that good. It's kind of both. It's like bad and disappointing, to me personally, and I think a lot of people agree. But just because a lot of people agree doesn't mean it's true or not. But still, for me personally, I do think it's not the best. It's probably like one of the worst endings I've ever seen ever. Maybe the studio will fix the anime ending. Maybe. Maybe. Just had to think about how to say it's probably. Yeah. Like I think it's pretty widely regarded as like a pretty bad ending. But I'm also aware that bad ending is kind of subjective. Like as in like some people can enjoy an ending that I find is bad. Or I can enjoy an ending that a lot of people say is bad, you know? Okay. Well, I'm pretty much done with this drawing. Yeah, I do not have the highest hopes for the seat like the anime fixing it at all. So like what I mean by bad and objectively bad. What I mean by bad is like usually when things are bad, they're usually like okay, a lot of the time when people say bad, they mean like it isn't satisfying to them or it just makes them feel unpleasant. Um I think the ending was unsatisfying to me. It yeah, and like so like that's what I mean by bad. Though it is the case that some people can enjoy something even though I don't. So like yeah, I mean like there's probably like rule like if we're going by like the rules of like um media or whatever, there's probably like something like that. Then yeah, it's probably like considered bad by those rules. But I think it's more so it just feels like bad mostly has meaning to say like I don't know if bad doesn't really seem to have a purpose unless it's talking about whether people think it's good or not. Because it doesn't really mean if something is like objectively bad if a lot like if the majority of people like it. Because then it doesn't really seem like the I think there needs to be like practicality in like the way that we talk about um like values, I guess. And because yeah, and so like the way that I interpret bad is just like something like yeah, like if I say something is bad, that just means I don't agree with it or whatever. But agreeing with something or not has to do with like your feelings and I've seen yeah, I mean like whether it be me liking something or someone else liking something like me liking something that maybe a lot of people don't like or someone else liking something or me liking, you know, I guess, I don't know. Objectively bad to the brain of a human. Eddie said human. Nah, I don't think so. Well, I guess you're just being hyperbolic, but yeah, I mean, so I wouldn't say it's like objectively bad. I would say it's like most people say. Most people don't like it. Has Dennis drawn furry art? Yeah, I think so. It seems like stories are really hard to end and how people like them. Or I guess it maybe comes from the rush of manga. Yeah, it's probably like they have deadlines to meet and also sometimes when you start a manga, most likely like you start it and you're really passionate about it and as the thing goes on and it like keeps going on, you get bored of it maybe. And so your heart maybe just isn't in it as much as it was before. And so you might just lose the care that you had for the thing. Or yeah, you might be like rushed and so you can't like take time to write a good ending. Or yeah, there's a bunch of ways that something can do that, I guess. How long ago did you wake up today? Maybe like I woke up at like an hour ago, maybe. Cute times. True. Hello, Marianne. How's your day going? Yeah, to be fair, I do think the writer has an an obligation to write what they want to write, basically. So as long as the author does write what they want to write, what they intended to write, I think that's good enough. Like, even if I don't like it, it's good enough. A story is art, and I think the art is for the artist, for the most part. You know, it's like the art is for the artist, but also there's people who enjoy the art. But I don't think an artist should ever make something that they don't want to make. Should I copy other artists to improve? Yeah, I think so. Using reference and trying to improve using that like using references and seeing what other artists are doing and like trying to learn their techniques, I think that's very useful. Good exists because of bad. Light exists because of darkness. Boogers exist because of the nose. One of these are not like the other. Okay, pal. I didn't even read the last part of the sentence you did, but I guess we had the same thought. Yeah. Can you enjoy something without ever feeling anything negative? I don't know. Can good really not exist without bad? I guess. Like, so if by what we mean, if we're using these things as like like, if we have like a bar or a line, and one end of the line is good, one end of the line is bad, and we're just using we're using good to define how not bad something is, and we're using bad to define how not good something is, I guess, then yeah, I guess good wouldn't exist without bad. Definitionally speaking, I don't... Yeah, no, whatever. Is Oshinoko incest real? I don't really want to spoil... I don't... I don't believe so. I don't believe so. Artists should cater to their audience, but within limits. Artists should follow what they want to do, and that too without limits. Too much of everything screws over the work itself. That's true. Like, so I think that people follow an artist because the artist, like, for instance, like, I think when an artist does... Like, I think when the author of ReZero started writing ReZero, he probably started writing a story that he wanted to write. Whether in his mind he was writing it for, like, a specific audience, like, probably, yeah. I think whenever it comes to, like, a professional that needs to make money, they're probably thinking of, like, the audience, for sure. I don't think it needs to be that way. I think that when an artist is creating something, like, you could totally just create what you want to create, and the audience will form around that thing. I believe that if you hone your skills to a certain point, you should, especially like in art, where it doesn't really have that much grounds. Well, whatever. If you hone your skills in art, I feel like you should be able to do what you want with it for the most part. So, like, whether you're writing a story or you're drawing or you're whatever other type of art it is you're doing, you're making music, right? I think that it's probably the best that an artist just creates what they want to create, and then an audience form around that. Because in that sense, I think that when an artist kind of just does what they want, they have the most passion about that thing. They're passionate about it. And I think when you're passionate about something, you're I guess you're going to treat it with quality, I suppose. You're going to treat it as though it means something. If an artist feels like tied to like a specific idea or something, I feel like it would ruin the enjoyment of the thing for the artist. For the most part. it just depends what the artist wants, right? So like if the artist wants to like appease fans or whatever, then I think they could do that, right? Because that's what they want to do. But also I think that if an artist just wants to simply do whatever they want, whether the fans like it or not, I think like that's within their rights, quote unquote. I don't know. Like so like basically I think that within that mindset of creating art just for like what the artist wants to do basically I think that it'll kind of turn out the same way that art already is. Like some artists will create works in which people like what they're doing. Like I think it just happens that whenever an artist does anything, a fandom or something will form around it. If it's like widely, if it's I guess palatable to like the most people, and if it's not, then it won't form like a big audience. I guess. If you're working professionally, not for like not for the sake of art specifically, but for the sake of like money. I think it makes total sense to like try to um cater to like an audience. Because I mean, sometimes you just have really specific like likes, I guess. You have things that you specifically want to do and it's probably just not going to be palatable to a lot of people. But I don't think that's yes, it's still art, but I feel like it's a slight distortion. And I don't mean this in like a bad way. Like I don't think less of artists who make money to make art to make money. I think like that's if you have a skill, you should be able to do what you want with the skill, right? Um but I just recognize that a lot of artists end up making things that they don't want to make for like this for like the pressure, I guess, of making something good to the eyes of people. And that just makes them like not happy, I guess. To be fair, I am the type of person that thinks that like chasing validation is like validation for other people is like a bad thing. So I guess I'm kind of biased in the sense that I don't feel like trying to appease people is like also a good thing. Exactly, that's what I meant in the bad stories. Oh, in that bad stories can inspire people to make art for themselves, and that attracts another audience. Yeah, I think. To be fair, I think if someone wants to see like a story, I think they should try to make it, as long as they have like the time and the energy to do it. If you have the time to try to become an artist, and there's a story that you want to see be told, and you haven't seen it or you haven't seen it told in the way that you want it to be told, I think you can totally like do that. If there is a gap somewhere out there that you want to try to fill, go for it. Fearin looking ah girl. This is Pandora from ReZero. She kind of looks like no, actually I don't see it. She has white hair, sure, but I think other than that, she doesn't really look like Fearin. She's too much blue and not enough elf. Yeah, also just making a better ending in your head can be fun. That's true. Did Jobless Reincarnation end already? Yeah, the manga or light novel or whatever it has. The source material has ended. The anime has not. Alright, cool. Well, I'm done with this sketch. How long did that take? About an hour. This doodle. Hello, Boo. How long would it probably take to make a 750 plus word essay? I don't know, like less than a day. Certainly less than a day. Maybe like a couple hours. Hello, Ice Flame. Ice Flame's Rush. How's your day going? I'm trying to make a small Morgiana? I actually don't know how to say that name. Fan art piece. For once, I liked my rough sketch, but I feel so lost with line art. Yeah, that's why I said it's important to maintain balance. Do what you want to do, but don't get lost in your wants if you're doing it professionally. Yeah, fair enough. And sell to others, but don't listen to their every whim and pander too much. Yeah. I can't find any professional fault in that. People got to eat. What if the ending of Oshinoko was made by AI? I don't think AI would have that much malice. I think an AI would probably write a better ending, honestly. No, I'm joking. At least, though, I think an AI would write a more satisfying ending. Although I would not want an AI to write any ending. Even if a person writes a bad ending, I still think that it's better if the person writes it than if, like, a machine writes it. After all, at least the person has, like, a soul. Or whatever you want to call a soul. At least the person had, like, a intention. Whether it be, like, wanting to end a story badly or not. At least they wanted to do something. I think art... I don't even think it would be, like, worth reading, I guess. So though the ending that it would write would probably be a little bit more satisfying, I just don't think either way it'd be interesting. Eh? Does that even make sense? No, I think there's a better way I could have said that. Any case, you can kind of get my... Perhaps you kind of get what I'm trying to say. I thought I had finished with this drawing, but here I am, adding just a bit more detail. Oh, I'm not a professional. I'm very much a beginner, trying to learn to draw. Well, yeah, I'd assume so. I think Jack was mostly responding to me, not you, though. I believe, if that's what you're talking about. Yep, learn to draw by... Well, yeah, do what you're doing. Continue. Yeah, the line art, you don't know what to do with the line art. I think that's fair. I treat my line art like I'm doing a sketch. Like, to me, the line art is also like just a more refined sketch, in a sense. I found that when my line art has more of that... I don't know if sketchy vibe is the way that I want to say it, but... The less perfect I try to make my line art, the better the line art turns out in my head. Basically, like, if we look at this drawing over... Okay, hold on. If you look at this drawing over here, if you actually look at the line art, it's not, like, the most clean line art. There's a lot of mess in these areas. But I think the messiness of the line art here makes it look more interesting than if it was, like, supposed to try to be perfect or anything. Perfect or something like that. Did I did not. Goodbye, Wanderer of Fates. Have a good one. Take care. Epic art style, by the way. Love your art style. Love the style. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Okay. I think... Well, yeah, I said I'm done, right? AI art versus bad art, who wins? I mean, I prefer the bad art. Again, I don't think AI art is like art, if that makes sense. I think art requires an intention. I don't think AI has an intention. AI is like a big giant meat grinder. You put a bunch of artists' work in, and you get like slop that comes out. But there's no intention, right? It's like a copy and paste machine that makes like alterations based on other artworks that it's seen, right? It's just mashing up a bunch of different things that it's seen. Like literally, it's like literally just taking a bunch of images and combining them into something that looks, you know, kind of like all of them. But they're just kind of meh. Like I've seen AI art that looks like it looks pretty, but like it's not interesting. It's more like I don't know. There's just no like weight or value in it. While trying to be perfect will get you nowhere. Better to make mistakes and live with it. Yeah. Hello, Dex. How's your day going? Hopefully your day is going well. That makes sense. I feel like I'm doing the exact opposite. Way too thick lines for one, but also keeping them super clean and fluid too. Huh. Yeah. You can keep like thick lines for the outlines of your drawings, but keeping thick lines for every single line is gonna make it look a little bit less inspired. Inspired? I don't know. Like I think in general, like if you have a circle that's like this. Let me just let me bring this in a little bit more. I'll actually just if you have like a circle like this, I think a circle like that is going to be a little bit less interesting than a circle, even though it might not be perfect. Okay, hold on, that's gonna be way not perfect, and I'm not gonna try and do a perfect circle. But let's just say a circle like that is gonna be less interesting than like even a circle like this, where you vary the line weight. Variation of the lines is gonna make it look more interesting. I call it the glorified vomit machine. Yeah. And plus, bad art can turn into good art, you know? But AI art will never, well, at least the current iteration of AI art will never, like, have a soul. You'd have to make, like, a sentient AI, I guess, for me to consider it art. But large language models, or whatever they are, or generative AI, they don't really have souls. They're just kind of doing whatever it is. Yeah, the goal wasn't actually to draw a perfect circle. I was gonna do something like, I was actually gonna draw a wonky circle, but like, you know, it's still gonna be like more interesting to look at. To be fair, I think a circle like this is more interesting to look at than a circle like this one. You know, I was gonna do something like this. At the very least, the lines look more interesting. This one is boring. This one at least has something going on. Alrighty. Is Jarvis a good AI or bad AI? I don't necessarily know how Jarvis works. I do not know how Jarvis works. If by bad AI you mean like a AI that's boring. I don't know, I mean, I haven't seen like an Avenger or like Iron Man movie in such a long time. I actually kind of don't know. I can't really remember much about Jarvis. To me, Jarvis was like Siri, so I don't know. Is Siri good? I feel like did Jarvis have like more of a personality? I have no idea. Hello, Chai. How's your day going? Okay, well, I did a Pandora drawing. I was watching Fate recently. Maybe I'll draw Ilya. Jarvis basically turns into Vision. Yes, I think so. I believe so. But I don't know. So I can't remember. What was that? Age of Ultron or something? Who does I want to draw? I can maybe draw Plana. I've consumed 130 calories today, and it's 4 p.m. Is that good or bad? I don't really count calories, so... a bit lethargic. Yeah, don't you need like 2,000... I think I heard somewhere about 2,000 calories per day or something like that. But I'm not too sure. Ilya? I love you all? No, that's not what I said. Plop on a... Plana. Okay, yeah, it is 2,000 calories per day. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, 100 and... What do you say? 130 is not that good. Not that good at all. To be fair, I too I've had 0 calories for the day, and it's about to be 4 p.m., so... Although, to be fair, I woke up at, like, 2 p.m. Can you draw dreadlocks? Or that multiple braid hairstyle like dreadlocks? I have this one piece in mind. I'm thinking of that kind of hair. Can I? I mean, to draw braids, let me see. How exactly do I... Well, it's gonna just be a... Well, at least first I'd start off with, like, the type of shape, I guess. And then you'd, like... I forgot the actual shape that they're supposed to be. Or, like, that they generally take on. But they look kind of like this. For dreadlocks, you just kind of do noodles, I guess. That's what I do. It could be, like, round noodles. It could be... Like, depends how you stylize it, I guess. Yeah, I'm able to. Especially if I look at a reference. Sengoku Nadeko. Everyone loves Sengoku Nadeko. At least I like her Medusa design. I don't think I'm going to draw Sengoku Nadeko, though. What I may do instead is draw Elizabeth Bathory, I think, from Fate Grand Order. It's not going to be a real drawing again. It's going to be like the Pandora drawing I just did. Hello, Robla. How's your day going? That's bad. Yeah, probably have trouble sleeping now because of that. Because of what exactly? You could draw that ship girl whose name I forgot. That I once mentioned that you like. You probably talk about like Tokitsukaze? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Mainly because her design is not really in my head. Meaning my heart would not be in it. Meaning I guess it just wasn't... I don't know. I guess it wasn't that interesting to me. Tokitsukaze. Yeah, I mean, like, I vaguely remember, like, you showed me, like, I think it was a cover of, like, a doujin that she's in or something like that. So, like, I vaguely remember the colors and stuff, but yeah. I don't think it was interesting enough for me to like properly remember it. Like I can remember Shimakaze's design forever. Ah, yeah, her. Nah, it doesn't interest me enough. Hello, Venus. No Astolfo? No Astolfo, no. When is Astolfo? Well, Astolfo is a guy, right? There's no colors? Nah, are you sure there wasn't any colors? Because I'm pretty sure I saw... Did my mind color this image then? You sure there was another one? I'm pretty sure you sent me another one. Did you not send me another one? I don't think that was the only thing you sent. I hardly believe I'm going to be doing anything other than basic rendering whilst I'm using my phone. I'm just too lazy and feel too claustrophobic. Why can't I just turn Dennis gay? Huh? Eh? Okay. So I need to, I don't know. Ah, yeah, there was one with color. That's what I thought. Den is already pretty gay. Huh? Yep, I'm very homosexual. It's kind of my whole thing. Let me see. Is Dennis a crab? Indeed. Crab is homosexual? Mm-hmm, definitely. I just love raging masculine crab muscles. You're saying that I do have a chance? Nah. Fortunately, I'm pretty straight. I think it's something like... I mean, like, let me see. I know she has a relatively small chest, but I don't think she has literally nothing. No, I said unfortunately, actually. I'm quite sure I said unfortunately, not fortunately. Please draw a busty, curvy Latino anime girl. Nah. Dennis, did I ever try making pixel art? Probably a long time ago when I was like a child or something. But in a show, despite me saying unfortunately, in a show of self-love, I will say, I'm quite happy that I am the way that I am. So, fortunately, I am me. Pixel art is way more fun to me. I like how it looks. Fair enough. Please, busty anime girl. I drew Shala that one time. That was enough bust for like... That's a funny way to put it. Anyways, that was enough bust for like a lifetime, yeah? You know, I was searching for Fate Grand Order. Yeah, close enough. But where's her armored version? Could I ever find the armored version? I mean, if I... yes, you. Give me your armor. Wait, is that... Oh, that's just a swim. That's not even... Okay, whatever. When I was a child. No, like when I was like 13 or something. Have you heard of the Lego scandal that's going on? Penguin Zero been all over my feed with that? No, never heard of it. Never heard of it indeed. I like that I'm pan because it's not even like I like this or like that. It's literally just a bane of a personality guy. So I'm purely for whoever I vibe with most regardless. Fair enough. Although, you'd think that you'd feel like you're missing out, I guess, maybe, perhaps. Like, as in, like, for someone who's not. But actually, it's more like you don't feel like you're missing out because you don't feel like it's an option. So there's not really any missing out. It's only missing out for people who already... Well, no, that's not necessarily true. Some people do feel like they're missing out, actually. I do sometimes make the joke, you know, unfortunately I'm straight, because less options. Although that's not a real feeling I have, as in... Yeah, it's not like an actual true feeling. I mean, what type of pose would she have? What type of pose do I want to give her? Whatever, I'll figure that out later. She has... Well, I'm just gonna figure out the... whatever she has on right now. It's probably like... I think it's like this, actually. And then... This just doesn't fit properly, so it goes like... How would I even... It's probably gonna do something like that, I guess. Sure. I mean, if you only speak one language, you're missing out on a massive percentage of potential mates, unless they're bilingual with your language. I mean, I guess, but I guess you kind of have to feel like you want to have a mate in the first place to feel like you're missing out. Everyone's missing out on a bunch of things. Humanity is missing out on all of the stars in the universe. Well, except for one. And we're missing out on knowing what's at the bottom of the ocean. But it's only truly missing out when you actually feel like you're missing out, I guess. That's how I feel about it. I'm trying to search for this her design. Let me see. I know I saved one reference of her at some point, but I don't know how long I'm gonna have to scroll to find it. Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. Apparently some guy sold his 200k Lego collection to some bricks and minifigs branch shop, and the company that shop belongs to straight up stole that inventory and refuses to play it. That's crazy. How? Excuse me, Mr. Yami. I'm not drawing swimsuits. I'm drawing armor. Silly, 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 silly Yami. Also, well, whatever. Even threatening to drag out court case to make it more expensive for the guy. Some YouTubers tried to help the guy, and the police sided with the company because they were all Mormons. Huh. Bruh. This will be armor? Well, yeah. I'm drawing Elizabeth Bathory. And she got some armor. Of course, the armor is shaped, like a swimsuit, so... Any tips for drawing lashes? I mean... I kind of just do something like this when I'm drawing lashes, I guess. I don't make it too complicated. Depends on how you want to do it. You can do it with like single lines. You can do it with like thick outlines like this. Yeah, it depends on what you want. I have no idea who this Elizabeth is. It is... what's her face? It's a Fate Grand Order character. She has weird looking horns. She has a shield, very odd looking boots. She has a very odd design. She has a ridiculously odd design. It's a pretty out in the open, blatant case of corruption where the company is hurting itself and its reputation rather than doing the right thing because of false pride. And, of course, police corruption. Yeah, so basically, nothing out of the ordinary. Companies not being the best, and police not being the best. After days of dying for the heat, finally it's raining in my city. Nice. Actually, maybe I'll draw Tiarita. Tiarita. Okay, goodbye, Sephiroth. Nope, not long enough. Not the correct angle. Crab will draw literally me? No way. I want to see her get praised. Maybe, actually. Maybe I'll draw a wholesome Teorita being praised illustration. Nah, why would I do that? Actually, I could, though. Depends on what I'm feeling. She has a cape? For real? Connected to what? She has a cape connected to the underside of... Okay, cool. That's interesting. I never noticed she had a cape in my life. Wholesome. You did already use that, yes. But is a joke really good if it never gets reused? A joke that a person never has the urge to use again probably is not the best joke. She has a tail too. I'm not going to put in the effort to draw a drawing with this perspective. What, it's just going to be a simple doodle type drawing. We did Ryan Gosling X Teorita art. Huh. Why would those two? What connection do they have? Does she even... Are those horns on her? I mean, it has to be because she has a tail, so I'd assume it's just horns, yeah. Do you call your NSFW doodles loodles, actually? Hold on. I should, actually. The heck? Sometimes I wonder how this timeline would fare if Gen AI didn't come into play. I can confidently say that my imagination only gives me a positive outcome. Well, mostly positive. Yeah, I'd probably be relatively... Well, generative AI. Yeah, of course, yeah. It'd probably be way better. Less people... Well, people wouldn't be, like, scamming other people using AI art. Being like, hey, give me, like, commission me. I'll you know, pretending to be, like, a real artist. There wouldn't be so many people who, unfortunately, have their style, like, likened to AI. Just for being like relatively like a very smooth style, you know. I feel like yeah. I fail to see a world in which it'd be like super bad. Super bad? That's a movie or something? I don't know. Never seen it. I'm so glad we get to see our EDR art for free. Well, yeah, I think it's neat. I mean, when I was learning to draw, I found like the most value of like seeing artists draw, like just seeing their method in real time. In the end, I just kind of end up making the content that I would like to see myself. It's just that the technology is completely unnecessary, and if you think about the skill in cognitive offloading, regressive instead of innovative. Yeah. I don't think it's unnecessary, it really helps with certain things, but it's how we're mishandling it. Yeah, so like when I say generative AI, I mean like AI to make images specifically. Like that's what I... Not large language models or whatever. Not just the text-based systems. Like, yeah, like there's a bunch of uses in like the medical field for AI. But when it comes to like the art-based thing, I don't see much benefit at all. Like I see little to none. Little to no benefit. Yeah, generative AI, not just AI in general. Where's this thing going? Up here and then like there? Is this looking a little bit more like her? Yeah, it's kind of reading like her now. She has like these, I don't know, things that are coming out, and then she has like hair that's coming out right there. She has such a weird design. Okay, I need to bring her hips upwards, I think. No, I think I just need to bring her crotch upwards, something like that. Oh, she has gauntlets here. Okay, cool. Well, kind of. It's like gauntlets up to this point. Also, where is her... I guess her hand would be somewhere around there. Whatever. See, the point of this system is to have it be super rough and not that... not the best, so... Okay. Let's just go with it. Hello, Rivera. How's your day going? Is good. That's good. I saw the movie of Backrooms. Really, that came out. Was it good? Yeah, it should be right there, wrapping around to there. I think that's relatively good, I guess. Bring that outwards. Bring that in. Yes, it was very cool. Nice, that's good. Hello, Brent. How's your day going? You want to do what to whose back room? What? That is very inappropriate. I left the server, by the way. Okay. Why? Okay. Cool. Ultimate lock-in. There's just no one talking anymore. Well, that's not necessarily true, but there's nothing for me to speak on. To be fair, yeah, I don't think the market that we have right now for like computer parts is going to. I don't think it's gonna stay this way forever. There's totally a possibility of something else happening. It just doesn't seem like it's that. Well, maybe everything goes bad. I'm just not necessarily a pessimist. It is the case that yes, things could go terribly. Teeth indeed, Paya. How's your day going? Hello, Dreading Brad. How's your day going? I totally forgot to start watching Bakemonogatari, and I just finally got food, so I'm gonna start that one. Well, have fun. It is very, a word of advice. You don't actually have to pause at every single flashing word. They're just there, like, if you want to, you will get more information. They're not necessary for you to enjoy the show. You do not need to pause the almost impossible. Yeah, you don't have to go frame by frame. Uh, it's almost impossible. Not, okay, it's not impossible, but it's very tedious and annoying. They're just there for quirkiness. Well, and to add in more like information in the episode. Hello, Lunatic. How's your day going? I almost didn't recognize you with your profile picture. It's fucking hot without my fan. Summer do be like that. Is it summer yet, actually? Or is it just spring that wants to pretend that it's summer? By the way, I like the songs. I like the music "Snow in Summer" by from Nier Automata. Yeah, I did some research. I was like 4 minutes in episode one. I was like, "There's no way, there's no way, right?" So I searched it up a bit. Yeah, you don't need to do it. You don't need to. It will give you a little bit more information, but probably, yeah, not necessary. Not necessary at all. And also, it calms down later in the series. Like they stopped doing that. Either they got bored of doing it, or they thought, you know what, guys, maybe this is just a tad bit unnecessary. I mean, they still do the flashing stuff, but it's a lot easier to like pause. Do you just speak Japanese to me, Maxie? Problem, it's very noisy. Hmm. Oh, the fan, right. Yeah, they do be like that, especially if they're like rickety. Is it noisy because it's like rickety, or is it noisy just because like the motor's loud? The okay, that's a jet engine. I don't know what the heck that is. It's hot, so I'm also hot. That's how it works. That's true. Bro's over here being a scientist. You also give it a look if you have like 50 minutes. Jeez. I mean, at some point I'll probably have 50 minutes, but yeah, Snow and Summer. Yeah, exactly that song. Um, I don't. Is that the piano version? There's like a choir version, a piano version. I don't know which one you have right now. But if it's a video talking about like how the data centers are just like screwing up the entire world, like not even to do with the computer stuff, but just do with the environment and stuff. Well, yeah, electricity and such as well. Someone stop those data centers. I'm changing my YouTube nickname to Kaiko. Don't be alarmed. I will in fact be alarmed. Yeah. What? We saw what AI data centers don't want you to see. That video by PBS. Interesting. I used to watch Super Y on their channel. Actually, it was PBS Kids, not necessarily just PBS. Super Y. Ooh, what was that on? What was that show with like the animal? I don't know if it was on PBS or if it was on a different thing. There's like this thing where like there was a shot, like a pet store or something like that. In any case, there's like animals. There's like a turtle. There's like a chick, like a baby chicken. There was like a I think there's like a hamster or something, and they like used to just do stuff. It was very. I liked it a lot. Backyardigans, nah. How's this coming along? Yeah, coming along relatively mid. That's how it's supposed to be though, so no complaints here. Oh, Saber, how's your day going? Apparently, PBS and other such organizations were defunded by the American government. I wonder why the Orange would do that. I didn't even know that. To be fair, I don't actually really know exactly what PBS is as a company. Sarcasm? Not really wondering. Well, fair. I assumed it was sarcasm. But I didn't know if it was like a rhetorical question or if it was like sarcasm pointing at like an obvious answer or something like that. Okay, goodbye, Saber. Wait, Saber? From Fate? Go. Well, yeah, just Fate. From Fate? The Fate series? Crazy. By the way, I finished Fate. I finished Unlimited Blade Works. I'm on to the Heaven's Feel movies now. I finished the first movie. I'm now on to the second movie, actually. For what I know, I could be wrong. It's not a company, rather a non-profit organization monitoring environmental stuff. Oh, interesting. Or one of such organizations. That's so... Huh. I thought it was like a... Well, yeah, because like I was only familiar with PBS through like PBS Kids. Interesting. Why is Iskandar in only one season series? Good question. Yeah, I liked him. I liked him a good amount. His story ended. Yeah, I guess his story ended. How many servants repeat? Only... Well, so far, like, only 2 of them. Is that true? Is there only 2 servants that repeat? Okay, only 3 of them. Is that true? Is there only... Let me think about this. Yeah, I think 3 servants like have been like a repeat from since like last time. I believe. Was there another? Yeah, because Ryder's different. Obviously Archer's different, but that doesn't really. I mean, I don't. Was he even? No, he definitely was a servant. What servant was? What servant was Gilgamesh in Unlimited Blade Works? Because we already had an Archer. We had a caster. We had. How many of them are there? I don't know. I mean, of course, I know that there are like non-standard classes for the servants, but I thought that came in later in the series. What was Gilgamesh supposed to be in Unlimited Blade Works? Because we already had an Archer. I think. Unless that Archer wasn't actually an Archer. I may have forgotten. Or I may have missed like an important line. Hello, Lord Wallet. How's your day going? Do you have your wallet? Are you a wallet? Just straight up? I want to say thanks because a while back you told me your best advice was to use references, and I'm getting kind of good at drawing. Nice. I don't think I would have kept at it without your advice. Well, I'm glad my advice helped. After all, you can't learn anything without a reference. If life gives you lemons, eat some oranges, they're better. If life gives you lemons, ask for grapes. Apparently not 100%. Gilgamesh survived. Yeah, instead of disappearing, which is why he exists outside of the norm. Okay, yeah, like I know he did just stay, but I was under the impression that he was like, yeah, I guess he's just like his own special thing, because I know he was like definitely a type of servant because he was given to Shinji that one time, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. But like, was that just like a fake thing? Was he just like pretending? I guess. Yeah, I suppose so. Oh, yeah, so there was two archers. Okay, cool. He was just doing his own thing. The archer class is really made up of archers. By the way, he's not an archer. That man has not shot a single bow. He is not throwing... He does not throw any bows. I've not seen a single bow coming from his gates, by the way. I'm just saying. Hello, Leonardo. How's your day going? Anyways, I'm thoroughly enjoying Fate. If I was starting a self-employed freelance artist, what should I do first? I don't really know. I'm not really a I mean, like, so what I've done is I kind of started my YouTube channel. That was the first thing I did. You just kind of have to put yourself out there. I have Patreon. By the way, Patreon is in the link in the description. Ahahaha. You can see exclusive artworks and such. Currently, I'm drawing Shaltir. Bloodfallen. From Overlord. Also very inspiring work. Thank you. Yes, Unlimited Blade Works. Because archers use blades. Yeah. Yeah. Both of the archers there barely used... Okay, one of them at least used like a bow a couple times. The other one... Man, I have no idea what Gilgamesh is doing. He's just... As an archer, specifically. Like, I guess it's like, yes, I'm throwing things from a ranged position. Therefore, I am an archer. It's like archer means like ranger rather than bow. What does does archer have nothing to do with, like, archery, does that have nothing to do with bows? Or something? Or are they just using archer very, very loosely? Yeah, no, it has to do with bows specifically. They're just using it. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Anyways, Gilgamesh was the guy who tried to find immortality because someone died and he got scared. From his original story, yeah, I think so. Yeah, he had like a quest for immortality. I'm not familiar at all with the original Gilgamesh story. Well, it's like the Epic of Gilgamesh is the actual name of it, right? You know, the first impression that I got of the first thing I came in contact with the Fate series was actually Fate Grand Order. I ended up watching it a long time ago. A long time ago is probably an overstatement. I think it was Fate Grand Order, and like I think it's like Fate Grand Order Demonic the Babylonia front or whatever, Babylonian front. I can't remember the actual name of it. I want to be a digital artist one day, so I'm researching how to tutorials for it. I actually didn't really find that much value from tutorials for the most part. The thing that, like, so I think YouTube is very helpful, and to be fair, don't let me stop you from looking at tutorials, because like they for sure can help. For a lot of people. For me specifically, they were not that helpful. I guess I was just not the type of person that learns through that way. I learned from like watching other people, watching their methods and trying to like copy it. And also from references, like just static image references, specifically like sketches and stuff. And then when it comes to rendering, of course, like I looked at fully rendered pieces and such. Okay, my sincere condolences. Don't actually worry. I was like kind of brain dead at the time, so honestly, I just saw pretty fights. I was like, damn, this should kind of peak. And say what you want, but Ishtar has a good design to me. Even though she kind of just is wearing bikini armor, but the bikini armor is really well decorated with gold. So I like white and gold. Epic of Gilgamesh is created equal. Enkidu dies, sending Gilgamesh on a journey for immortality out of fear of death. Story ending with a great flood, like in Story of Noah. Interesting. Epic of Gilgamesh is also a great manhwa. Instead of the quest for mortality, though, it's about a guy who's immortal but is looking to die. Ah, interesting. Fate Global Offensive. Okay, so, like, I couldn't get Kaiko straight up as a name. Fuck whoever picked it. Yes, welcome back, Kaiko. Ishtar Armpits. I don't really remember that. I remember I liked, oh, what is her name? What is her name? The other one. Irishkagal? Irishkagal? Ugh, I don't know. I forgot her name, but Eris? I don't know. Is it Ariskik? I don't know. The blonde one. I like the blonde one. I think I liked her design more. Take it as a drawing suggestion. I will have it in the back of my mind. Keep doing you. See ya. See ya. Goodbye, Daily Sama. Bikini armor worked great for Leia in Star Wars, right? I haven't actually watched any of the original trilogy. To be fair, I haven't actually really watched any of the new stuff. I haven't watched any Star Wars, actually. Sorry, I was too busy playing Little Big Planet as a kid. I regret nothing, by the way. I would do it all over again, playing Little Big Planet. If I could. Gotta go. Be right back. Or not right back. Be back. If you'll still be streaming. Maybe I will. Maybe I won't. Goodbye, Maxie. Okay, so her armor is like that, or whatever the heck the thing is. By the way, does she have a metal? Surely it's cloth, right? But it looks metallic, which cannot be comfortable. Do I care though? Not really. Who makes metal bikini armor? Who in the world does that? The straps are cloth, but the actual main bodies of them are metal? I don't know. Goodbye, Jack. Have a good day. By the way, hello, Jester King. Did I say that? Did I say that already? I don't think so. Hopefully you're having a good day. Super Troopers making bikini armor. Super Troopers. Is that so? Right, she has so the cape is like wrapping around. No, hold on. Let's just say the cape is. Super Troopers. Does it work out for them? Okay, she also has this stuff that goes around the outside of her. It's like the gauntlets that she has. Goodbye, Jack. Hopefully you have a better day or rest of your month or week. However long it takes for you to have a better existence. Okay, so I'm gonna be bringing that out. Like so. What's this person's name? Who's what person? The character I'm drawing right now? This character I'm drawing right now is Elizabeth Bathory from Fate Grand Order. Unless you're talking about someone else. In that case, don't know. Hopefully you find the person's name. So her ribs area would be like there, and the fingers are actually coming in. So you could say that that's that, and that's that. Okay, yeah. This one is Elizabeth Bathory. They're very small. As in her chest or just her in general? Also, what the heck is happening with this? Why is this extending so far? I mean, this is not actually her chest. This thing is like, the bikini thing that she has is supposed to be like very loose. Which, I mean, considering it's metal, that's probably for the best. At least when it comes to it being comfortable. Hello, Grunt, by the way. Good day to you. Okay, so I'm gonna take her hand and I'm going to shrink it a bit, just a little bit. Is this an alt? An alt? Like, is this going to have an alt or something, or? Yeah, sure, I'm just gonna keep the hand at that. This drawing will not have an alt, if that's what you're asking. Nor is it an alternate version of an existing drawing. What are you asking if this is an alt, like design for her? Like, of her normal design, if this is like an alternate version? I think this is her... This is a certain ascension of her. I don't know. I'd assume so, because I know their designs change based on their ascension. Maybe it's stage 2 or stage 3. I don't know, actually. I don't know how the ascensions work. Does every servant have a stage 2, stage 3 type thing? Oh, like this is the censored and there'll be an uncensored piece? Probably not. Probably not. So like this is just supposed to be anyways, yeah. This is just supposed to be like a random doodle basically that I'm doing. It's not supposed to be anything super special. So I don't know if I would put in enough effort. Like I think I was going to delete this the moment I finished it and then like draw Terita. It's unfortunate because I probably would normally do an alt version of it if this was if this was off stream at the very least. But because it's on stream and I'm trying to like move through the most amount of things possible, I might not do an alt version of it. Probably not. It's just a silly doodle I'm doing, basically. But maybe. I'm not gonna say I wouldn't do it. Like I have this other extra canvas, so if I ever feel the need to like, if I ever do, basically depending on how well this one turns out, like in the end, maybe I'll probably do like an alt version if I like it enough, basically. I want to draw another tacked up Destiny character or right? Because how do you think you're supposed to say it? It's opus, right? The actual word it's supposed to be that the OP is standing in for is opus. So it'd be like tacked opus Destiny. But op just doesn't sound that cool. Yes, never mind. I'm just gonna say op because op sounds cooler than that op. Although tacked opus Destiny sounds pretty fine. This is the most unserious question I've ever asked ever. Okay. I think I'm pretty much done with it. Why is she hitting us with the do you have a human heart expression? Because she's smug as hell. I don't like her eyes. I think I'm going to... Yeah, she's actually just Naya reincarnated into a small anime girl. A small dragon anime girl. Okay, let's see. Is this good? It's relatively fine, actually. Okay, well, I'm glad I found a way to do relatively low effort art while still making it look okay. Although this style relies more heavily on my rendering than it usually does. Okay, time to get into everything else. Hers are fine, it's just that her face is squashed. Yep, it's very wide looking. If I want to fix... Let me see. Do I care enough to fix it? Maybe, sure. I think the main thing that would make it look a little bit better is probably bringing in, like, the jaw area. Kinda, sorta. I think it's good enough. I'm gonna flip it to make sure it's exactly what I want. This eye is it's looking off into the wrong direction. Sure, I'll go with it. Although originally I was gonna go for like the chibi kind of very wide face, but yeah. Definitely looks great. Well, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm gonna come in with this. And go into the skin. should be coming in like that. Around hair. Hair is going to be skin. Right there is going to be skin. This entire area right here is going to be skin. I can tell this anime is going to change some things inside me. It's already so good. Thank you so much, Dennis. I'm not sleeping tonight. Episode 1 done. Nice. Yeah, it is a wild ride, but very enjoyable. If ReZero wasn't in a sentimental spot in my heart, I probably would put Monogatari in #1 slot. And it only gets better. Okay, enough Monogatari glaze. But god damn it, you have to let me glaze one. You have to let me be a little bit more what's it called? Gotta let me have some energy for something. Let me glaze something, goddammit. We're LARPing in the stairs next Wednesday. So I've been hearing. So I've been hearing indeed. I think I want to go for like a more rosy red. Rosy? Sure. But maybe not. Okay. Maybe like this. Maybe like this. Too saturated. Hair? Hair? Sure, I'm gonna go with this. After rewatch ReZero 2 anyway. Gonna get a drink and get back to it. Okay, goodbye. You could definitely glaze it. I can tell it's a show. I could tell when a show is good if I'm able to watch through an episode without feeling forced, because I'm very picky on quality. Fair enough. Fair enough. So whatever I like is usually a good measurement of a show, since I don't have any particular genre likes or dislikes. Oh, well, fair enough. A man of infinite potential to find something enjoyable, it seems. That's good, though. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, there you go. Fuck. There you go. You know what I can totally do, actually? If I do something like that. See, the lines have become way more dark, but what I can do now is I can then wrap it over there. Yep, so it seems. So it seems. Okay, goodbye, Chai. Just gonna color the lines a bit to make them a little bit, because I darkened them, so because some of the lines were just not dark enough for what I wanted. But now they're standing out a little bit too much in the places that I want to be like more soft. Because the hair is going to be like this pinkish purple color. Is that it? Okay, sure. I'm going to just say that that's it. Back to this thing. If it wasn't for Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, I wouldn't have learned of Metal Gear Solid. Huh. Revengeance is the one with Raiden, right? Raiden? Yeah, sure. The cyborg dude? The Cyborg did. I think that was the only game ever. Oh no, I played Phantom Pain actually. That is the name of it, right? Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. I played that one a little bit as a bit of a child. I don't know what they mean. I don't know what it means to be a bit of a child, but whatever, you know. I love the fact that you could just cut things. Wasn't there a section in the game? Like, I think there's a section in the game where I cut I cut stairs that I needed to progress the game. Jax the Ripper. What is this? A Fate? No, I'm joking. Is this a Fate reference? Oh, speaking of, I kind of want to do that. Again, I want to draw her again. I had a sketch. Don't I have a sketch for her, like, literally right here? I do. I do have a sketch of her literally right there. Stairs? Oh my god. If there, no. No Archbishop of Birthdays. No Daniel. No nothing. No. Absolutely no. What? How does that even work? Yep, my bad. Oh, did it again. Okay. It wasn't stairs, but a part of the Metal Gear where Raiden is literally running on and cutting it at the same time, then jumps in the air and cuts in half. No, not like I don't know if it was like it might not have actually been the case, but there was a point in the well, yeah, like I think I remember something like that. But there's a point in the story or in the game where there's a set of stairs that you need to progress. Like you have to walk up the stairs to progress it. But I accidentally cut it because you could just cut objects in the game, and so I cut the stairs. But because I needed the stairs to walk on, I kind of couldn't progress the game, I believe. And I don't know if this is actually true or not, right? So, like, maybe the stairs weren't necessary to progress the game. But in my mind, I just couldn't progress the game, and so I kind of quit. Though I was a child, though. I was, like, probably, like, 9 or below. I was, like, 7 and up, I believe. I don't know when it came out. I was not above 12, that's for sure. Not a fan of Ladder Snake. Me, when I don't get any of the references because I have not played most Metal Gear games, unfortunately. Purple, and this needs to be purple. Purple's blue. Kind of like this color. Fill, that's gonna fill the skin as well. Yep, my bad. Fill, that's gonna fill the skin again. Yeah, okay. Fill. That might have either been the building in LA or that one stealth mission. I think it was outside. I don't think... Yeah, it was outside. I think it was daytime. I can't remember. I very much like the fact that you can cut a bunch of things though. Have you seen my art pieces? I believe so. I'm quite sure. But I'm very bad at connecting names to art of pieces, but I'm pretty sure I have. Her fingertips are purple. Kind of like Capella's. Or pink. It's like pinkish. It's like kind of this color. Same color as her hair and her tail. Gotta remember the tail. Right, in any case, time to bring this back up. In Snake Eater, there is a comically long ladder that you climb for like 2 minutes, and the main theme plays while you climb. I think I've seen that, though. Even though I have never played that. I have to adjust this color. I remember seeing a clip of that. I don't know if I ever saw the end of the clip. I think I got bored and left like halfway through, or partway through. My favorite part is when Jack cuts the cyborgs to grab their energy and says, "Get him," or "bullseye," right before absorbing them. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna take this. Nope, not that. Something like that would work. Yep. Okay, I think that should be it for that. Oh, yep, I made a mistake there. Filling the colors, I think filling the colors are the most boring part of drawing, of doing the rendering process. I like the rendering part of it. But putting in the flats is kind of boring. Maybe I should go for a more painterly style of putting in the colors rather than like these more precise blocks of shapes. For the hair, I'm gonna go for something more like that. Well, maybe like this. Whoops. Whoopsie. No, not that. This. Okay, well, that's not necessarily the type of... Sure, I'll just go with that. Okay. Her eyes are supposed to be green? It seems. What? Are they blue or green? Okay, maybe they're blue. Well, I'll just check the thing. Yeah, they're blue. Cool. This eye is a little bit... Oopsie. This eye is a little bit wider than the other one. above the hair, we're gonna take a color that's a little bit like purple, a little bit darker, something like this. You guys ever have those friends that change boyfriends like every month? You guys have friends? Furthermore, you guys have friends that have boyfriends? Crazy. Hello, the Pitches Hours. You gotta have seen the ReZero ep by now. Yeah, I've seen both of them now. I've caught up to it. I think the episode itself is good. If it was another series, I probably would not be super confident in it turning out, in it being like a satisfying thing for the show to go down this route. But I have like a decent amount of faith. Yeah. So like, just speaking from like the episode perspective, I think it's a really good episode. Feels like season 1. Speaking from a character investment perspective, it's a little bit scary. But again, I think I have enough faith in the writer for them to have made. I mean, plus, I mean, the people who have. Yeah. In any case, people are saying it turns out to be a satisfying thing. It's a good thing for the story, basically. So. And I'd believe them. So far, Tape has not led me wrong. Oh, yeah. Cool episodes. Asmina so high, but she's begging me to make a card and a bracelet, matching to the one I gave her for her boyfriend's birthday. And my exam period is next week. Well, good luck, I guess. Hopefully it turns out well for you. Blue? Is this the thing? Is this that? Okay, no, that's that. .9 episode, by the way, and light novel readers say it's gonna get better. Yeah, I believe them. It is ReZero. Saber Liz with no nip slip. Sad Uo. Listen, okay. They wouldn't let me. They'd execute me on the spot. Although, like I was saying this to someone else, I might actually make an alt version. Although, no, I probably wouldn't make an alt version like that, because that'd be a lot of work for me to have to, like, move the, whatever the heck she has on. You know the ReZero meme, right? Yeah, the stairs one? Yeah, apparently next episode or something like that. So I've been hearing over and over and over and over and over and over and over. So, yeah, I'm quite familiar with it. and the fact that it's approaching. Quite similar to the storm that is approaching. Do 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 do. Bend over? No. Oh crap, I used the wrong brush, whatever. No thanks. Good. Say no to people asking you to bend over. Okay. Am I finally done with this thing? No, I need to do the... Can I just do that? Nope, still over some stuff. I'll just put it there. Okay, so yep, still the one. I'll just do that. Or maybe even this. Lepers are gonna rate it 10 out of 10, and it's a crazy good app. I have heard. So next up might be a 10 out of 10 in IMDb. Well, neat. Yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that this arc just gets better and better, so... I'm inclined to believe them. You guys should read the web novel after this season. Why? Not the light novel, the web novel? The original draft? For what reason, if you would so kindly tell me? Like, I think the source material is always like a neat thing, but now looking back on the text message, I think I came off quite passive aggressive. I see. Finally, the tongue. Okay, this stream has been going on for about 3 hours. Let's see if I can get this relatively done quickly. I got recommended the volume 23 of ReZero light novel. He said, if you're ever gonna read one, read this. Why? I feel like I've done something. Oh, nope, okay. Okay, so what have I done here? Holy colors, indeed. She has some color in her now. Actually, I'll add in this thing too. He entices me to drink some water? Eh. I don't think this reads properly. So, what I will do is I'm just gonna try and do it purely out of rendering then. Be gone. Crab need to drink water too, so subscribe to his Patreon. Feed $1 a day to the crab. Yes, yes. Something. Exclusive artworks and other words that have to do with Patreon stuff. Shit, I think I just did something wrong here. Yes, I did. Back to this. Erase this. Yeah, I said web novel because I'm broke and I forgot that reading the light novel is a valid option. I see. The anime apparently cut all the monologue, and when Subaru was crashing out after getting poked by Reed, he heard laughing, but in the light novel, he saw a shadowy figure approaching him in his head. I see. Not too sure what to do with that, actually. What to do with that information. Oh, right. So if you're ever going to read one, to read that because they cut out some stuff. Right. Okay, gotcha. I guess. If I were to assume. Oh, some gamer, how's your day going? Booba. This one's gonna turn out insane, is it? I'm not too sure. I mean, this drawing is just... I mean, it's kind of in the same class as the Pandora one I did. It's a little bit more rendered, of course, but... I don't know. I don't have... Maybe, actually. Maybe. Maybe, yeah, actually. Maybe it'll turn out pretty good. But I'm not planning on doing anything insane when it comes to rendering. Good, yours? I'm doing good. I'm chilling. Yeah, putting that in too high is gonna give the impression, or too low. Just look at her face. True, she's very cute. And smug. And everything else. Fair enough. Nope, not you. Apparently in the light novel, Dementia Baru was constantly getting compared to Subaru, which he hated. I think. I say. Hello, Aaron. Kelly, how's your day going? You gotta watch the vids on cut content. Probably will at some point. Maybe I will. Something like that. Back to this. Something like that. Actually, maybe we'll do this. I forgot this character's name, but I know she's based on a famous historical woman. Yeah, this is Elizabeth Bathory. The design is from Fate Grand Order. The actual lady, though? No clue. It's fucked when you start reading an arc and they hit you with the with the squares. Yes, normally the wait for the next episode would be killing me, but I've kind of just decided to distract myself with other anime. So currently I'm watching Fate Grand... no, not Grand Order, just Fate, the Fate series. I'm on the Heaven's Feel movie right now. Funny how someone with the name Bathory ends up being known for bathing in the blood of virgins. Eh. Pardon? Got any tips on how to make an essay longer? Nope. Hello, Chai. How's your day going? You really mean it when you say a wild ride? Yeah. Actually, the first two episodes are... I think they're the... Actually, I don't know where I was going to go with that sentence. I don't think about it. True, I actually did forget the whiplash that happens in season... That's actually not what I was talking about. I did forget the whiplash that happens. Oh, the redacted name. It's a redaction. No, seriously, that's what she's known for, though. Apparently it was just rumors, and there's no actual historical evidence for it. Oh, I see. Goodbye, Chai. Good day to you. I say good day, but you... I'm probably not going to be gone for that long. Abigail Williams is another historical figure, though I wonder if it's just an in-name only thing, since there's nothing about her design that says daughter of a Puritan priest from Salem. That's true. It might be rather than... It might just be character writing rather than design. The keyhole in her forehead, I don't know what the hell that means. She was 12, though. Yeah, still don't know what that has to do with having a keyhole in her forehead. Welcome back, Roblo. That was going too close. Okay, so let me fix up her hair. Actually, what I'll do is I'll probably just do this instead. And then I'll light everything up as I go. Also, Abigail was more of the person pointing at people and saying they were a witch instead of being an actual witch. Kid was a monster. Damn. Maybe the design is then a play on the fact that maybe she was the witch all along. She was the demon. Perhaps. I don't know. After season 4 is fully released, I'm just gonna rewatch it in a single day. It just hits different to watch it all together. Fair enough. Bro's definitely not scratching his balls. Yeah, I know it's a beard. Yes. Hehe. Could be my hair also. You ever just scratch your hair? Yeah, I wouldn't make that noise. The hair would be too long for it to make a noise like that. Right? It kinda has the same. Well, I mean, whatever. If you're bald, that's fair, I suppose? I compare the noise between ass and balls. Heh. I mean, you'd assume there'd be a great difference. No need to assume when we could conduct scientific research. Hmm. What's the... Okay, is this also that? Yes. Be gone. Nope, not that. Be gone. There you go. There's also something down there. Where? Right there and right there. It's so weird. Okay, there you go. Oh, speaking of, I want to... Speaking of what? No, I guess speaking of anime, I want to catch up, watch the last episode that came out. It might have been 2 episodes, I'm not sure, of Witch Hat Atelier. Dennis, with if... Dennis, with if... What if Am was in JJK? What do you think would happen? The robot? The thing from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream? That one? That Am? Mushoku Tensei Season 3 will be releasing this year? I think so. Who splurged all that green goop all over her hair? All over her? Definitely not me. Okay, pal. Definitely not me. If I were to read it properly, but screw that, I don't have enough. Imagine reading that properly. No. Sorry, I'm sleepy, and yes, that am. I have no clue. Reads wrong. Reads correct. But screw that, I wouldn't do that. Hold on, that's not tsundere behavior. I'm not in love with the text. Unless I am? Do you think Subaru could best Rudy? Not in like a 1v1, but if they were summoned to each other's worlds with the task to kill the MC. Well, I mean, I don't, I mean, probably, I think at some, like, I think there's probably some way for Subaru to find a way for Rudy to die. So, yeah, probably. I mean, I don't think it'd be super easy, but, well, maybe, I don't know. At 1744, you'll forget you're gay? What? No, like I said earlier, I am for sure, certainly, absolutely, definitely not joking. Absolutely, a homosexual crab. I just love men. They're my favorite thing. I mean, there are many people who hate AI and who are somewhat afraid of AI, and AI is probably already a worldwide thing, so I think Am would be considered special grade. I don't think Am would. Are you asking if Am was a cursed spirit? I thought you were just asking, what if you put the AI, like, literally just straight up, just take the technology and put it into JJK? I think I arrived in a bad timing. No, I don't think so. When might you end stream? Probably in about 1 to 2 hours. Have you read some of the Ifrats? I only haven't read the Gluttony If. I think I've... yeah, I definitely have. Like, certainly Sloth. It's been so long, honestly. But yeah, I'd read like a couple of them. I think at some point... I forgot how I read them. Whatever. Anyways, yeah. Some of them. Like, I think I remember Wrath. I think I remember... I obviously remember Sloth. Pride? I don't know if I remember Pride. No, I think Pride is that... Okay, I definitely remember Pride then. And I remember Agreed. Kind of. And, of course, Lust. Does ReZero have an Ifrat where I get a happy ending? No. If he were in JJK's world, he would probably contain extreme levels of cursed energy because he is literally the definition of hate. Is that how that works? I mean, because, like, he's not really alive. He's more so like a... Like, is Am literally alive? As in, does he have a soul? Or is Am, like, just mimicking life really well? So well that he, like... feels that, like, he thinks that he's alive, or like he's indistinguishable from something that is living, but actually he's just an imitation. Does he actually have a soul, or is he just, you know, artificial intelligence? In JJK, natural disasters also get to become curses, don't they? Yeah, but I don't think they literally are the natural disasters. They're more so like the representation. So, like, if you're saying that there'd be like a Am cursed spirit or something, like an AI cursed spirit representing Am, sure, right? But I don't think Am itself would become like a I don't think they're, you know, if you know what I'm saying. At least that's kind of how it feels. Like, it'd feel kind of like, if we take like are they literally like the things themselves, or are they just representations of the things? Like it's not like Jogo is like a literal representation of a specific volcano. It's more like he's like the representation of the fear of volcanoes, right? Like, so if we just take that same thing, like a cursed spirit based off of Am would not literally be Am, but it would be like it would be the representation of the fear of Am, right? The negative emotions from the people who suffer in the natural disaster manifest into a cursed spirit, right? But it's not the actual thing itself that turns into the yeah. So I don't think I don't think the AI itself would actually become like um the spirit. It'd be like there is there's the AI Am, and then there's also like the cursed spirit thing. But don't mind me. I don't know anything about JJK lore. I don't know anything. You're the one who knows everything. Araragi-san. Okay, good enough. Basically, it is alive in the sense of consciousness and suffering, but not biological sense. I'd assume that would mean that it probably doesn't have a soul, though. In JJKs, are souls things that you're born with, or do souls simply appear in things that have consciousness? Do you have to be a biological creature to have a soul? In JJK? Panda's not necessarily a... How was Panda made, actually? Was Panda made by living creature? No. They're made by real... They're made by... It's not like they're creating souls. They're like taking... Yeah. So you'd have to start with something that's already alive, and I don't think Am is actually something that's alive, right? Well, I'm talking in, like, the JJK sense. Like, if you said, like, to put Am in JJK... So you kind of have to figure out how souls work in JJK. And, like, what... Anyways, if you're just asking if, like, Am was, like, a special grade spirit or something... I don't know. Or, like, a spirit, or, like, a cursed spirit, like, what would he be? And, like, would he be special grade or not? I mean, probably? Yeah, I mean, I think so. I believe so. I mean, if we look at I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, I mean, Am was pretty powerful over there. I don't see why he wouldn't be powerful in the JJK universe too. They literally present contradicting positions how souls work, and then have this weird, well, I have your truth and I have my truth retcon. Eh. Interesting. I think Sukuna or Gojo could best Am. This assumption is mainly based on that they could use reverse curse technique. I don't know. Am is kind of, but I don't think Sukuna would. I mean, I don't think Gojo or Sukuna would like how like Am is pretty powerful, right? In any case, I don't think Gojo would have yeah. I mean, and if Gojo doesn't have that much of a big problem, maybe Sukuna would not either. But Gojo does have infinity, and I don't think like that's one thing or the other. Anyways, I think they'd be fine probably, but most of the verse would be cooked. I think. I don't know. Not a power scaler. Well, I'll fix that later. I too think Takaba would win against but that's neither here nor there. Wouldn't it be so funny if this AI just, I don't know, slipped a banana peel and died? Wouldn't that be hilarious? I think so. Anyways, I haven't watched JJK season 3, so what would I know? What would Am's domain be? Probably something that makes people into soft jelly things that has no mouth and probably would like to scream. It'd be something like Mahito, right? That's how it kind of feels. I feel like Mahito and Am would be, like kind of have similar vibes going on. What the heck am I doing? Okay, so what is this thing? That's for the eyes. Gotcha. I too haven't watched season 3 or JJK. I see. I still don't know how ReZero is rated lower than Mushoku Tensei on IMDb. Um, you can probably think of that's a good ass question. Actually, I was gonna say you could probably think about maybe early on in like season 1, people didn't like Subaru, so. But then again, who the hell liked Rudy? Early on, you know? Either. So I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know. It's probably just maybe. Yeah, I have no idea. Maybe it just happens that more people simply like Mushoku than ReZero. That could be the case. Behold an unthinkable present. The unthinkable present in question is the fact that Mushoku Tensei is more widely liked, I guess, than ReZero. Yes, that is totally an unthinkable present. No, but I don't know. I don't know what the actual reason is. Probably something like that. Honestly, even if it was the case that people liked Mushoku Tensei more than ReZero, I don't think I really care that much. Sometimes it's, yeah, I mean, yeah. People hating on Subaru is how they're supposed to feel. Them rating those episodes lower is just bad taste, and viewing it in a surface layer. Yeah, I mean, hey, the way that people judge things is always going to be based on their taste, whether it's bad or good. I don't know. If the majority doesn't like something, then it probably just speaks to the fact that perhaps, I don't know. I'm completely fine with my take with my taste being like more uncommon than other people's. The armor is shielding every attack. I know, right? This is very protective armor. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with people just not liking things that I consider to be good or whatever. I don't need the thing that I like to be loved by everyone. In fact, sometimes it's even better that way. Yeah, I mean, if you just look at Solo Leveling's worst rated episode, is the episode where the main character shows any semblance of of character, like at all. Bro had one emotional moment, like that is like for the most part reasonable, actually, like almost completely reasonable. And the people who watched Solo Leveling just hated it. um So like, I think it's pretty on brand for people to just do things like that. I don't know. Yeah, like someone that doesn't like Frieren, that's fine. You're just stupid. You just don't like that type of stuff, you know? Yeah. Bro can't, bro can't, bro can't have one emotional moment. Bro shows 1 ounce of having a character and it's over. People hate it. So I mean, yeah, I think it's just normal. I think it's normal. I think it probably is the case that a majority of like, I don't know. Like I don't know if it's it might be there might just be a lot of people in the anime community that just don't like things like that. They don't like things that make them feel either that the character is weak or the character is stupid or, you know, things like that. Of course, I prefer my things with more depth, so I will subjectively say things like, yeah, I think it's good when a character is like that. But in the end, I'm just going based off of my feelings, right? It's just me pitting my feelings against other people's feelings, which is like, I don't know. I don't feel like it's very useful. So I'll never say that, like, I can say that I personally don't like these people's tastes, but like in the end, I'm not gonna actually like say that my tastes are like literally better than their taste. At least not objectively. They ruined his aura by making him cry. Yeah. I think some people just have different purposes for the things that they watch. Some people watch things specifically for the aura farming and whatever the heck, you know? So for those people, aura farming is good. Not having any aura is bad. So to them, that episode would be bad. For me, you know, it's like character depth is good. Although, you don't necessarily have to have a super deep character for the character to be good, but, you know, in general, I like characters with more depth. So, character depth, good. Flat characters, relatively worse. So, but in the end, it's just my personal feeling going against the other people's personal feeling, which is like, people try to escape from reality, so they like Mushoku Tensei. ReZero just hits them with the sandbag in the face. Yeah. That's why Japanese people don't like the Western audience. I am actually quite unsure of what specifically you mean by that. No, but I really like Mushoku Tensei. For me, it wasn't about escapism, but seeing an absolute nutbag of a character transform slowly. Yeah, no, I didn't like it for escapism. I just think it's a really good story. The world building is great. The animation is good. The characters are interesting. You know, it doesn't feel flat. Why do people like Frieren? It's unironically a super boring. There's no plot. Promise for the first season. Plot promise for the first season. They get the casual fantasy escapism, sure, but so boring. Yeah, but boring is like, you know, it's like some people like characters and characters interacting with each other, and some people find that not boring. Like, some people can just watch a slice of life and not find that boring. It depends on if you, like, it depends what you want, right? If you get into Frieren for, like, it depends, right? So, like, you can personally say that it's boring to you, which is, like, fine. But, like, I'm never gonna say, I mean, yeah, I personally like Frieren. Why? Because I like the characters, I guess. The characters are neat. I like seeing how the magic works, right? I think it's just a very pleasing to look at show. It's just a very pleasant show to watch, and I'm not really in it for I'm not in it for the action, although the action is quite enjoyable. So yeah, I mean, like, for it depends what you want. In the end, boring is subjective too. Fantasy slice of life with occasional action. Yeah, essentially. And to be fair, I'm not even too into slice of lives in general. I'm actually really into slice of life. I don't think Frieren is a slice of, like, they have a clear goal. Like, yes, there's slice of life elements. I think it's a very chill show. So, like, if you're calling that slice of life, like, that's kind of, like, I can kind of agree. Like, it's relatively chill. So it feels kind of but, like, there's definitely, like, they're going places. And there's definitely accent. I wouldn't actually, like, say it's, like, completely... I wouldn't say it's completely slice of life. But yeah. Hello, George. How's your day going? Hopefully it is going well. That's why ReZero is one of the most popular anime in Japan. I see. Hi, what is your community about? I don't know. I like drawing. I like drawing things that I like drawing. People who like the things that I draw, or people who like my yapping or whatever, they like my stuff. My community is not really about anything for the most part, except for the art that I make. Hello, Lao boys. How's your day going? I actually really like slice of life and romance animes. Yeah, not too much of a fan of slice of life. I'm probably even less of a fan of romance, to be fair. Not to say that I hate romance, like, actually, like, in general. I just don't like anime that focus solely on romance. I don't know, I'm just not too interested in it. I don't think it's, like, literally, I don't think it's bad. It's just not for me. My day's going well? Nice. I wish I wish could someone work, but I like to make my own character style of work and learning different styles anime are using. Hmm. Are you saying that you like Goblin Slayer? To be fair, Goblin Slayer is a pretty good anime. I haven't finished season 2. Fern's definitely not for everyone. For sure, slow burn. But to say there's no plot promise... Yeah, I mean... to be fair, plot promise? I don't know if I've ever heard that term before. If you're saying that there's no, like, direction in the story, that's because, like, obviously there's direction in the story. They have a clear goal. If you're saying... to be fair, it's not like Fern hasn't changed me personally. Maybe not like... Yeah, maybe not like Chai. Like, it hasn't changed me personally, but I like the characters. They're chill. Redo of Healer, crazy. I love anime manga book and have amazing storyline. Some anime and manga do have great storylines. I've seen a bunch of them. Hello, Crawdaddy. How's your day going? You know, this actually does kind of look like Aura now that I'm thinking about it. Almost. It almost looks like her. At least just from here. Just like, if you squint really hard, you know, pink hair, kind of smug face. Yeah. Not bad. Okay. What am I doing now? What else do I want for this drawing? They have vaguely the same color palette. No, that's not Aura. It is Elizabeth Bathory from Fate Grand Order. You're very talented. Well, thank you very much. Cute and funny Aura. Nah. Although, is this a good idea? Yeah, kinda. I think Aura is on my list of characters to draw. Let me check. Actually, I don't think Aura is on my list of characters to draw. I have Rui from ReZero. That's Daphne from ReZero. Francesca from Strange Fake. I have Frieren again? Oh no, I crossed off Frieren. I have Shald here. That's going to get finished in a second for the thing. I have Power. No. I don't think I actually have Aura, although I would like to draw Aura at some point. Anyways, what am I saying? I'll sing some... Speaking of Shaltier, I'm drawing Shaltier in... what's it called? My Patreon, which is in the link in the description. I also have other links in the description, such as my Pixif, my Twitter, and, you know, other links. Go wild, I don't know. Right. You posted 3 arts on my thing. Oh, that's a nice artwork by Estel Lotus. Anyways, newest. Oh, that's some nice armor you did there with the guy. Yeah, nice armor. Also like the guy with the... Who is the guy with the wings? Almost reminds you of Peroncino from Overlord. Anyways, nice stuff. The guy in the middle has nice lighting. Yeah, nice work. Yeah, I don't know Anakin or Obi-Wan. I haven't seen Star Wars, so... It'd be so great if I said... No, I haven't seen Star Trek, actually. Sorry, don't know these characters. Improved? I think so. Yeah. It's been a long time since I've seen your drawings, so I can't. I mean, I'd assume so. I'd assume you have improved. They look nice, so. Star Wars is worth a watch. I mean, yeah, I know people like it. The first, like the original trilogy. People like it. I know that for sure. So perhaps one day I will end up watching it. Hello, DRJ. How's your day going? The character I'm drawing right now is Elizabeth Bathory from Fate Grand Order. Or yeah. Yeah, my favorite Star Wars character is actually Captain Kirk. And I love what Chewbacca does in Star Trek. I love Chewbacca's spiky ears. Kind of look like a elf. Okay, you're just rage baiting me? No, I never. I don't even know what rage baiting is. You just made up that word. See, now I'm gaslighting. Unless you weren't talking to me. Oh, she's from Fate. I watched Fate Zero a while ago, but not a lot of it. I might rewatch it and watch the rest of the series. Yeah, so I watched Fate Zero, and then I watched Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works, and then currently right now I'm watching the Heaven's Feel movies. I don't think this character, Elizabeth, appears in the anime at all. No. Not you? Oh, okay. Oh, man. Look at Ice Flame's rush takes. I mean, yeah, in the end, I don't know if it's rage bait. It could just be personal opinion. No clue. Of course, maybe saying the opinion in like that way would be considered rage bait. I don't know. I guess I'm just not pulled that hard. I'm not pulled that hard, so I don't know. Grand Order is a mobile game. Yes, it's also there's some installations of the anime that is Grand Order. Like, yeah, there's Fate Grand Order anime. So that's also true. Calling Frieren edgy is completely insane. Heh. Since when has Frieren ever been edgy? Yes, perhaps it is rage bait. I don't know. I don't think much about it. I don't think much about the takes that people have. Too much work. It's not even an opinion. It's just wrong. Like, I agree you could fight a Borg or not like it. What okay, hold on. Why is this not working? That's so weird. That is so weird, though. Okay. Anyways. Frieren got some amazing R34 stuff, so me likey. Fair enough. Yeah, since when is... Wait, hold on. Let me look at this take again. Anyways, yeah, the Fate series that I've watched so far is really good. Huh? Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe bro just has not watched this show, or maybe bro is just straight up rage baiting. No clue. Okay, so what do I want to do? Is her hairline too high? Actually, now I'm thinking about it. Grand Order is a little convoluted. So I've heard. Well, to be fair, I just know that Fate is supposed to be convoluted. Just in general. If we presume you are 100, where do you think I am on that art scale? There's so many different aspects to art. I don't know. Although of course I'm not, but like I'm not. But let's just assume I'm like 100 out of 100. It's quite a difficult thing to. Maybe 60. I don't think there's much. Like, I think if you were to like try to get to where I am, I don't think it'd be that like difficult. Perhaps. I absolutely recommend Fate Strange Fake though. Yeah, I am actually gonna I'm gonna watch that after I finish the Heaven's Feel movies. Just so you know, I don't got a clue on how to draw Bacca. Nice. I won't. I mean, I don't either, is what I'm trying to say. Not really. There's a reason I don't do backgrounds. I mean, I sometimes do, but... I think I'm relatively finished with this drawing. Like I said, I'm not gonna go too hard on this drawing. No, that wouldn't make sense. So can you? Nah, I don't think so. It's very sad, I know, but I must have to... I forgot what I was gonna say. I must refuse, yeah, that. I'm sketching right now too, and I have no idea what character I'm making. Kind of just figure it out as I go. That's pretty fun in its own way. Sure, I'll check out your thing in work in progress. I clicked on the wrong work in progress. Oh, that's cool eyes that you have there. Also the hair as well. Nice. Yeah, nice running around the hair and the eyes. Very cool. I like the shine you gave to the upper eyelids. The upper eyelids? Oh, well, you know, that actually makes sense, yeah. That's a sentence that makes sense. Oh, those are characters from a D&D series I'm watching. I'm really proud of the beard and the armor. Yeah, the armor and beard are very cool. Beard looks very cloud-like. And the armor is very shiny. Right there. Yeah, sure. Do you draw in like a schedule or whatever you feel like? Yeah, basically, I do whatever I feel. By the way, did I say hello to you, Lendario? Did I say hello to you, Sono? If not, then... Hello, welcome to stream. Hope your day's going well. Yeah, so I just draw whatever I feel like it. I'm not a diligent person. In fact, I'm quite lazy. But I'm quite slothful, if we're going with the ReZero reference. No, but I kind of only draw what I find interesting or that I want to draw, basically. No schedule. My schedule is just whenever I kind of feel like it. Which, to be fair, whenever I feel like it is all the time. I always feel like drawing. But if I didn't always feel like drawing, then I would not draw whenever I feel like it. I mean, then I wouldn't draw all the time. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say I don't have a schedule. I just draw whenever I feel like it. If I didn't feel like drawing all the time, then I wouldn't draw all the time. I guess. Me, when I'm trying to make a coherent sentence, but fail because I can't make a coherent sentence, because I can't speak properly. The reason I'm always in the mood to draw is because I'm always looking at cool artworks that kind of inspire me to draw. As well, like there's always something I want to learn or try out, basically. That's how I keep myself wanting to draw. Is that random skin? It is, okay. That's so weird. I think there's a little bit more I can do here with the face. Actually, I'm gonna make this more white. I'm gonna brighten up the color just a bit. Chai, you know you're not supposed to... If you're aware someone's rage baiting you, you're not supposed to allow yourself to get rage baited still. You didn't greet me before, but don't worry, just popped up recently. Oh, I see. You mostly lurk. Fair enough. Well, hopefully your day's going well then. Yay. An artist with a deadline is the scariest thing. I had to finish the Armored and Owl guy drawing in one day before the D&D stream, and I cooked. Nice. Yeah. Well, you do you, Chai. I still have to improve my time. The Armored guy drawing took almost 4 hours, so that's pretty good, actually. I always end up making the head too big compared to the chest when drawing. Blatant rage bait, but to each their own, right? Yeah, I mean, if you're already aware of that, then try to okay, maybe not overcorrect, but try to, like, do slightly more, reduce it slightly more than you think. That's what I did, and then, of course, sometimes you'll reduce it too much, but then, you know, you try and balance it a little bit by making it slightly bigger, and, yeah. After enough time, you will eventually get the hang of it. Yep. In this case, I think blatant rage bait is too obvious to even entertain. Plus, a YouTube chat is just a tad bit. Oh, I don't know. It's not really conducive for changing people's opinions, even if the person was not a rage baiter, which in this case they completely are. I do like the... Well, it depends. Forget watching anime. We should all just LARP an agenda post. Hello, Ultimi. How's your day going? Another saucy drawing. Yes, this drawing is very saucy. I definitely want to improve my art speed too. Yeah, that was actually one thing that well, I used to take like several. Actually, I don't know if I've genuinely improved my art speed. When I started drawing, my art speed was like 3 hours for a drawing, and now my art speed is still kind of 3 hours for a drawing. To be fair, the Pandora drawing that I've done recently, like the Pandora like doodle that I did earlier in this stream was just like an hour long, but I've been streaming for about so this drawing right here took around 2 hours and 40 minutes, sort of. Where do you get your references? Pixiv, Twitter, Pinterest. Hello, Berserk. How's your day going? I think I want to fix up the stomach just a tad bit. I think I enjoyed Frieren and Fullmetal. Let me see. I think obviously Fullmetal Alchemist just has a longer run. Plus, I think in general, I probably like Fullmetal Alchemist more than Frieren. It's a little bit longer, and the story actually has it has had time to conclude. So it's kind of unfair for me to judge Frieren and Fullmetal Alchemist like together to compare the two, because one is an anime that's finished already and one is an anime that hasn't finished. But despite saying that, I would say that I probably like the world of Frieren more. I like the way that Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is told. I think I like Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood's execution of its story more than what I've seen so far in Frieren. But Frieren is like really good, of course. Like, especially of the fantasy genre, I think Frieren is like, it's really, really high up there. Don't ever compare Fullmetal Alchemist to Frieren ever again. I will. In fact, I'll do it constantly now. Honestly, I think Fullmetal Alchemist and Frieren, they're kind of like equal in terms of quality, honestly. Honestly. I think that, if they both came out at the same time, the only reason that Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is like being glazed so hard and like Frieren is being, and like there's even a problem, is just because like Fullmetal Alchemist is like old, so people have like rose-tinted glasses and like a lot of nostalgia. Honestly, I think like if they were to come out at the same time, people would probably like recognize that Frieren is honestly like and just truly the better quality show. Full Metal Jacket? Eh. In any case, what was I doing? Yes, this. Oh shit, I forgot. There you go. So saying that Frieren is better than Attack on Titan? Honestly, Attack on Titan is like kind of mid. Truly. Attack on Titan's mid. One Punch Man's manga is mid. Frieren's manga solos. Let me see. ReZero? More like mid-zero. Frieren's better than ReZero could ever be. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood was really great. Watching it while airing was painful though. The pacing is more to binge a couple of episodes at a time. Yeah, I watched it when it was already out, so I didn't have to like wait for episode. I was just going through it. Honestly, it's kind of like, well, yeah. There's a bunch of anime that I'm like that was airing when I was watching them. I was like, damn, I kind of want to binge it, but I have to wait an entire week, and it's wild. Any good cheap pen tablet drawing in my phone? Basically, like, 5.7 inches screen with my fingers hurt. Fear and mid? What? So leveling bogs all? Right, you're right. Mid Gatari. That isn't... Mido Gatari? Yeah, that sounds a little bit better. Bake mid Gatari. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways. I remember waiting. That's a core memory for you. Like you just say about One Punch Man manga? Honestly, I think the mangaka for the web novel of One Punch Man, I think he has better art than Yusuke Murata, honestly. I don't know why he like offloaded the work to Yusuke when he's clearly the better illustrator. Like I think he's so skilled he could have just done the entire manga. He could have done the entire manga with the same level of quality or even more than Yusuke Murata if he like actually put his like, if he actually locked in. He just wants to give the inexperienced Yusuke Murata some work, He's such a kind man. One is Baka Gatari. Fair enough. Yeah, sorry, cheap drawing tablet. The first drawing tablet I ever got was a XP Pen Artist 12, which is not the cheapest. It was like $300. So yeah, that's not that cheap. I think like the cheapest drawing instruments is like drawing pads, like screenless tablets essentially. Like I saw some for like 50, 30, that type of thing. In Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, waiting a whole week to get an episode on the frog and lion guy backstory was crazy. Hold on. Sorry, it's been so long since I watched the frog and lion guy. I think... Oh, way back then is... Oh, yeah, in the, Yeah, okay, I remember. Like when Kimberly was there in the... Yeah, I think I remember what you're talking about. I believe so. Yes, redo of Healer and High School DxD is peak storytelling. Hello, Grumpy. How's your day going? Screenless is good for starters. Also, hello. Hello. Prison School Mogs all. I haven't actually watched Prison School. I heard it's actually, like, pretty funny, though. The vibes that... Well, from what I've heard, the vibes are kind of similar to Grand Blue, I think. I'm not too sure, though. I don't know. I don't know enough for me to like, actually get a real vibe on it, since I haven't watched it. Okay. I forgot. I usually do this. I only remember them out of spite. Yes, it was the... Okay, yeah, it was the Kimberly one. Okay, I remember that. You remember them out of spite. I totally forgot they were characters, honestly. It's deadass hilarious. So I've had... Hey, Crab, what shall I try to draw? Every time my siblings ask me that question, I tell them to draw a rat with a moldy lemon tied to its tail. So, I'm sorry, but draw a rat with a I don't know, man. Whales are cool. I like whales. Also, that's the other thing people... I answer when people ask me that question. moldy what? A moldy lemon. When life gives you lemons, draw mold on it. Prison School is the single example of manga being less than anime situation. Really? That's good though. I guess that's neat. Currently I'm working off a Wacom in 207. Screenless and tricky, but not too bad. Then in Krita, learning how to program keys isn't all that difficult on Mac. Krita. I haven't used Krita that much. I've only used Krita to animate. That's shiny? Yep, I'm gonna add a bunch of... I use this thing to add a bunch of... I guess to make it a little bit more colorful and such. And then I'm gonna put down the opacity on it. Because I don't want to lose too much detail. Oh, yep, I still need to do this though. Something like that, and then I'll... take it down a lot. Actually, what I might do is I'll bring it up higher, and then I'll erase a good bit of it. There, random Elizabeth Bathory doodle turned into almost full drawing done. What outfit should I draw on the random girl I'm drawing? Don't say that. Yeah, I don't know. How about a bunny girl outfit? If you're feeling special, reverse bunny girl. Okay, I think I'm gonna probably... Yeah, I'm gonna eat for a bit. And by a bit, I mean like maybe 10 minutes. I'm gonna go outside, eat, and then I'll come back. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Well, I'm not sure. At the very least, I haven't eaten breakfast for today, and it's like, what, 6:44 p.m.? Is this anything special? It is. This... Oh, I did do a highlight layer. So I did a highlight layer, but I didn't finish the highlights. What is wrong with me? And shouldn't these be going that direction if we want to follow the other stuff? Whatever. Seriously, what is up with me? Well... yeah, I'm pretty much done here. This highlight is a little bit too bright, though. "10-minute meal? What the fuck? How you eating so fast? Is that... oh, that's quick." Tape's mom called him a devil. I'm thinking maybe a ruffled skirt. Oh, nice. Yes, I did move to a Huion Canvas Pro 16, 2.5K in December. Is it good? Hopefully it's good. No game, no life. Art style reminds me of a sugar coma. Happy Sugar lifestyle comes close to it. Happy Sugar lifestyle comes close to it. Interesting. I ate my meal super quickly. It's frustrating because it never lasts long enough for the show. That's fair. I don't want my food to get cold though, so that's a problem. Hold on. I think I actually would like to work on the stomach a little bit before I finish. I'll take at least 30 minutes to eat. Oh, that's enough to watch like an entire anime episode. And like half. An anime episode and a half. Yeah, I don't know. I eat quickly because efficiency or something. I have no idea. As a kid, I hated staying at the table, so I learned to eat quickly, I guess. I watched Happy Sugar Life. Dark Eye anime? Misleading name. Oh, you know, there is an anime that I want to watch recently. The needy girl, or needy streamer... what is it now? Is it needy streamer overdose? Or overload? Whatever. That anime. I want to watch it. Wasn't there... didn't it come out? Did it finish? Is it still airing? What happened to it? I heard that the direction kind of felt similar to Monogatari for whatever reason, and I don't know if that was true or if I'm misremembering, but Overload. Okay, cool. Yeah, because the game and the anime have two different names apparently. Like they're not named the same. Or, they're named close, but not exactly the same. I'm going. It's 4 a.m. Seriously, bye. Okay, goodbye. Have a good rest. I just missed 3 hours of your stream. I just woke up. Well, welcome to the Streamlands. Also, hello, Mum Maggie. Hopefully your day's been well. I never actually greeted you properly. Ah, I wanted to draw her. I think her name was Kurusu. Anyways, good bye for like 10 minutes or something. Here, you may stare at hold on. You may stare at Capella and her. I've returned. Alrighty. I'm going to be doing Who Knows? I'm going to be doing something, I guess, though. Oh, yeah, so I ate rice and some mystery thing that went along with it, along with pickled. It was something that was pickled. I did not like it very much because it was very sour, as things that are pickled are. Um, but, like, it was good overall. There's some corn and beans. Anywho, yes, it was some mystery thing. Alright. I did say I wanted to draw Tiarita. But is that actually what I'm gonna do? Hmm. I was looking up your other videos in the meantime. Oh, nice. What did you find? Did you find my deep, dark past? Full of terrible, terrible secrets? I found an old elf OCA I drew about a year ago, then I never actually made anything with her beyond just sketches, so I decided to turn the woman I'm drawing into her. Do you want to see some old sketches of her? Sure. I guess it depends where you put it, but yeah, sure. Maybe I'll draw Saber. Nope. No, I will not. How the hell do you draw fur? I don't know. I can just do something like this. If it's at the edges of the shape, you can have you can have a cube, or you can have a furry cube. The edges don't necessarily need to be super. You don't have to hold together the shape that well because it's fur. It's soft and fluffy. It doesn't need the stablest of lines, I guess? I don't know. What if it's not the edges of the shape? What if I need to filling in fur? I mean, you could just fill it in, I guess like this. You kind of just take the same shapes and you just go around the edge. Overcrowding the area is going to be a little bit of a problem. I don't know how to draw fur. At least I don't know how to draw fur that looks that good. I don't know how to draw fur. Makes a pretty good furry cube. It's it was yeah, it was okay. It wasn't like the best though. I'm not a professional fur drawer. Furry art when? Well, I've already been commissioned for 2 furry drawings, so I've technically done that already. Although I personally am not really interested in it that much. I'm fine. sorry. I found some good advice and great sketching, by the way. Nice. You found some. Oh, for the videos that I made. Well, I'm glad you found some things that you thought were helpful. Oh, nice self design. I like how I think I type exactly like how I speak. Boop. Speaking of commissions, what is the best way to throw money at you? Um, I guess probably maybe Patreon. I mean, I guess technically probably yeah, maybe Patreon. I guess. I think people get probably the best value from that because like a commission is technically one drawing, and so even though technically you're paying like more, it's like so I think like if like for me like because I'm speaking just for me as a person like if I were to want to support an artist if I were to if I were a different person me as the artist and I want to support me from like an outside perspective I think like value wise probably the Patreon because it's not as expensive as like a commission but you still get exclusive artworks but a commission you actually have control over like what I draw I don't know um yes, it'd just be between that. Yeah, it'd probably just Patreon, honestly. But thank you very much for the thought. Head too large. And depending on what you try to commission me for, it's gonna... It... Well, no, I don't think that's even, like, a good point. Yeah, probably just Patreon. It feels like it probably has the most of... No, technically the commission probably has the most value, but I think it's, like, the thing that costs the least while still getting, like, a decent amount of value from it, I guess. But I'm just thinking from, like, my own perspective, like, what would I be willing to pay for, I guess? I also, like, post my work in progress, I guess. Like, I post the sketches, the flat colors-ish, and then the finished rendered. Finally, the finished render. You know what I'm trying to say. So I guess that would also be useful for me, because I think when I was learning, I got a lot more value from... I got a lot more value from looking at sketches and, like, work in progresses rather than the finished illustration. Although the Patreon would be not so good if you don't like NSFWR. Crab just doesn't want any more commissions because he's probably booked for like a few months forward already. I just it's a lot. Not like the commission that I've gotten, just like I don't know. It's so much. It was just I don't know. I kind of just want to have a good sleep schedule. I want something that's, like, relatively easy. Regular income usually better. Yeah, well, yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, I suppose. Having something that's more consistent is better than, like, a one-time thing. How many months would it take to equal... It'd take a good while. I think from an artist though, I think the Patreon is probably like a Patreon or something like that is probably better, because while individually it is less money than like a commission, collectively if you have enough of like people who want to like subscribe to the thing, you can make more like consistent. You can have a more consistent income. No, the commission was just really... Commissions recently have been just really difficult. They're just not... I'm just not... I guess I'm not tailored to some stuff. Turns out I'm more specific in what I'm good at, which is, like, obvious, but still. I really do struggle a lot. Which I don't mind, you know. I think it's cool to learn new stuff, but it's been back-to-back heavy hitters for the commissions I've been getting. It's just quite difficult. It's like no fault of the people who are commissioning me though. It's just like somehow the universe has aligned to make it so I'm just... It just happens that I got a couple of difficult commissions in a row. How's your design looking? Oh yeah, she does have that. Well then if I put that on, that wouldn't make sense. How far up does her... Probably like here. Hello, Virus. How's your day going? Regular... Oh, no, right. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, but the Patreon would not be good if you don't want NSFW artwork, because I think like 99% of the artworks that I put there are NSFW. Sometimes I do put like animations, and some of the animations are safe for work, but for the most part, the Patreon is like just NSFW. Good. How good? How about you? Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Where does this go now? How big is this thing around her neck? I don't know. Well, it needs to fit around the shoulder. Right here. Or it just needs to go up. Like that. Then I need to bring in this big plate. She also has this shoulder pad. And then finally, been trying to do art more, so finding an art streamer with a style I like is nice. Well, I hope you make some art that you actually enjoy. Make sure you're doing things that you enjoy. Somewhat rare since I'm picky. Well, I'm glad you like my art style. Thank you very much. Hold on, is this actually working? That's working, cool. Yeah, I'm over here vibing. Trying to figure out a better way to do, let me see. I'm trying to get a simpler art style that can still like be considered relatively quality, sorta. At least to my standards, right? I'm aware that anyone can find anything of quality or not of quality, so I'm more so just talking about things that like satisfy me. So like something like this is fine, and it was relatively quick. When it comes to I think it's fine. I think this is probably around what I want. I think it's a little bit too rendered, while this isn't a weird balance. I think the mix between low effort techniques that I've used in this drawing, while also having like some relatively like higher effort techniques, like especially when it comes to the hair, makes it a little bit weird because some of the artwork is like relatively high effort, and then some of it is like low effort. It kind of has this weird clashing thing that's happening in my head, which I don't really like it. I don't like it as much as I probably could have liked it if I went for like a fully unrendered or less rendered drawing, I guess. That would take me about 20 plus hours. I ain't gonna hold you. I think that's, well, yeah, I kind of always prioritize speed. I was someone, because I get pretty bored, not even bored, I get distracted easily. So like if I'm on an idea already and I'm doing that drawing, and then I see another idea that I find more interesting, I'm just gonna want to jump to the other drawing. So it's kind of by necessity, sort of, even though technically, yes, I could have a little bit more discipline to keep, to stay on one thing for longer. I don't know. It's just not exactly what I want to do, so I kind of prioritize speed a lot of the time. See what you mean? It's too much in your opinion, kinda? Yeah, it's kind of too much for what it was supposed to be. I think it's cool, though. I think it's okay. Yes, same. I kind of want a style that I can do consistently and make it good. Like a balance of high/low effort. Yeah. And I don't think I found that balance just yet. I don't think I found the balance just yet, but I think at some point I will. I'm getting closer. I'm certainly closer than I was, like, a month ago. No, too smug. Like I see some artists sometimes put out like basically sketches or just like sketches with colors, and they look really nice. I'm like, I kind of want to do that. Of course, their sketches are cleaner than my sketches, so like if I were to try and do exactly what they do, the artists that I see doing that stuff, it wouldn't really work because my sketches are too messy to be readable when they're just sketches. So I have to render them a little bit more. But sometimes I get carried away and I end up rendering it too much for what I was aiming for, and then well, yeah. Right now in art, I'm kind of just now training various things. So I'm adding. Oh no, sorry. So I'm doing perspective slash cube drawing. I'm kind of annoyed at myself because I can't draw cube right. I don't know. I can't draw cube right basically either. Like, if I were to actually try to draw like a real cube, it's probably not gonna turn out the best. Because to be honest, since I'm only drawing people right now, I don't need to be able to draw a perfect cube. All I need to like so. This is like probably the best cube I can do at the moment. But the cubes that I use are like things like this, you know. Okay, that's a little bit wonky. That's very wonky. Like this is the type of cubes that I do. You can see like when I'm putting in the head. That's the shape that I use. And to be fair, you don't have to do perfect cubes. You just need to be able to like generally understand the like how to rotate the vague shape in your head, and then understand how to map other objects onto it, like the face and stuff. But you certainly don't need to make it perfect. It's kind of difficult. I think the biggest part is making sure that the points of the cube are relatively like proportional to each other, like they're kind of even. I'm not aiming for like perfection though. Yeah. Let's see. What's wrong with this cube? The cube it's too long in the back. It's kind of like sloping. Oh. Something like that would be a little bit more cubey. But yeah, I don't need it to be anything like this. I'm completely fine with it being a little bit wonky because, yeah, from that to there is a little. This one is definitely better, but I don't need it to be perfect. Just good enough. I used to like look at Minecraft stuff because the game has like cubes, and you can freely rotate your camera around the cube, so it's easy for you to understand like how to rotate it. So I kind of just used to imagine Minecraft basically. Imagine dragons? I don't know why. See, I said imagine, and then dragons just came in, even though it doesn't make any sense in this context. I don't know, Ender Dragon or something. Who knows? Leave me alone. I'm just I don't know, a crab, I guess. I'm trying to draw the lines going to a vanishing point on a consistent basis. Yeah, when it comes to those, I'm not that good at all. Because I haven't practiced it. Well, at least when it comes to anything that's more complicated when it comes to perspective stuff. I mean, even the simple stuff I haven't really practiced. But to be fair, I'm just now studying 3D objects. Oh, I see. Like, your cube is amazing because your lines are right and go with each other? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I guess over the years I've become a little bit more consistent with drawing them kinda okay. I've been drawing for about 2 hours and I haven't flipped my canvas once. Can you please hold my hand as I flip it? I understand yeah, I get it. Honestly, I think you should just don't flip it. It's fine. Sometimes you just let it be Schrodinger's wonkiness. Let the wonkiness be forever unknown. Let it remain forever unknown. You don't need to know. You know what they say, ignorance is bliss. See, what I used to do, I used to try to figure out before flipping the canvas what is wrong. Like, so after I flip the canvas, I have an idea of what usually looks wrong with my drawings. And then next time I'm doing a drawing, before I flip the canvas, I try and like do it again. So every drawing I do, or every drawing I did, I was kind of playing that game, trying to figure out, okay, what did I mess up on this time? What proportions were kind of wrong this time? And after enough time, you start to like pick up on when something is like kind of wonky. Of course, sometimes you do figure out that the thing that I thought was fine is actually not fine, but you get better at it. Hello, Frying Flog. How's your day going? Haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully you've been well. I think her things are like that. Yeah, it's something like the method that some artists use where they like where they look at a reference and then they get rid of the reference and then they try their best. No, what is it actually? I forget them. Anyway, there's something where like they look at a reference, then they put the reference down and they don't look at it like again, and then they draw the drawing. And so they have their attempt without actually constantly looking at the reference, and then they do a second drawing where they just look at the reference, and then they do that. And I think it's like something like that, maybe? I don't know. Day's been alright, just barely started it. Oh, wow. I see. Well, hopefully you, have a good day then. As your day continues. I think the eyes are an important part. I think these eyes were a little bit too... I think it's something like the comparison between the really good parts of the drawing and the bad parts of the drawing make the bad parts of the drawing look, like, super bad. So, I think keeping a relatively low quality when it comes to all parts of the drawing is also pretty helpful. I'm just speaking on myself, though. I'm not actually talking to anyone in particular. I'm just trying to verbalize my thoughts. Who's this again? I think this is Terita. Not think. This is, in fact, just Terita. There's no thoughts, no thoughts needed. She has this big, bulky cloak that I just could not figure out how to draw. Before. I've gotten a little bit better. Because I've drawn Terita, like, how many times? 1, 2, 3. I think I've drawn her 3 times? Okay, that's one drawing. Let me try and figure it out, actually. How many drawings of Terita have I done? But I can see the over-rendered part. Yeah. Observation. I think you did hella good. Phil, thank you very much. To draw her in different clothes? No, I like her. I like her outfit. I like her outfit. I'm not gonna run away from it just because I'm scared. This drawing is... What? Who is this guy? Do I know this artist? I do know this artist. Crazy. Bro came out with a banger randomly. Anyways, sorry. I want to see her getting praised in all sorts of outfits. Nah. I like this outfit the most, honestly. How's your day going? My day's going good. Slappy. Anyways. Wait. That perspective's really nice. Anyways, moving on. How does her hair go again? Oh yeah, that's why I was on Pixif in the first place. I was trying to find my old drawing of Terita, or my newer drawings of Terita, so I can figure out how exactly I drew her hair. Because I just cannot remember. Peak design. Yeah, I do like her design. People were upset with the change between the light novel cover and the actual anime design, which, like, I get it, but actually I like her. Like, I don't even care about like being exposed or not. Like, that's not even what I'm focusing on. I'm purely just talking about the. I think it just looks cooler, and I think yeah, I think the new one looks cooler for the anime. Oh, there you are. There is the me. I think I like the collar thing that she has going on, like this big bulky. I like the bulky top part of her design with like the flowy drapery cloak parts of her lower design. Of her lower design. What am I talking about? Anyways, yeah. Probably got to work on my SU fan art later in color. What are you talking about exactly? I can't draw hair for the life of me. Unfortunate. Maybe find artists who draw hair in a simple way that you like, and then try and see the general ideas that they use for it. And then, after that, I don't know. And then try and incorporate it into your own art, I guess. Coolness is an important factor indeed. Also, Sentenced to Be a Hero was a really great anime. Like, for the season 1. Like, I think it's Studio Bind, the same studio for Mushoku Tensei. They really cooked with that. Steven Universe! Okay, gotcha. Right, yeah, I saw you actually do an updated version of it. Or, like, the progress that you've had on it. Yeah, it was really nice. So, what I'll do is I'll put in the body first, so that'll be, yeah, I'll put in the body, and then I'll put the cloak over, and then I'll try and figure out if I can do both. I'll figure it out. I wish it looked better when she used her powers in the anime. It looks like Star Wars lasers. Oh, laser beams most of the time. That's true. Please, flying is my title. Call me fraud. Alright, Mr. Flog. Oh, true. If my name was Giant Crab, it'd be kind of weird if people called me Giant rather than Crab, you know? I guess the same idea applies here. My brain no work today. To be fair, I don't think you'd made a big mistake in any case. Hello, Jester King. How's your day going? Mark Brunette has a good lesson on hair, comparing hair and ribbons. I assume you meant ribbons. The main part that constantly trips me up is the hairline with the head. Well, among crabs, that crab would be called just a giant, would it? Yeah, sure, but like, I mean, I'm not among crabs now, am I? Yeah, the ribbon method for thinking about hair is really, really useful. She has this stuff on her actual. She has this stuff around her neck, and I actually don't know the design for it. I think I saved some of her designs, so I'll have to check out the stuff. How much Mark Brunette? I like his tutorials, but my brain sadly follow him sometimes. Amazing guy though. You can't follow all the advice. Fair enough. It'd be like that. Sometimes advice doesn't work for everyone. You kind of have to look around and find bits and pieces of things that work, and sometimes you find things that don't, and then you move on until you find things that do. I guess. Yep, my brain doesn't, yeah. I assumed that's what you meant. I think that, and then it continues over here. Oh, I know Veil Arts. I know that guy. He's relatively new, right? Something like that. Something like that. Random question, but should I call you the Singularity, or do you have another username or nickname you go by? Dariyami over here calls me Crab. Because my Discord username is Crab. And Crab works. Crab, I don't know. Oh, people call me Dennis, right. It's either Dennis or Crab. My name is not Dennis, by the way. They're calling me Dennis as a reference to Denji. I have no connection to Denji, by the way. I don't know why they're calling me that, but... Yeah, he's pretty new to the art tutorial scene, but awesome at what he does. Really cool art. Yeah, really cool art. Really cool art indeed. I really wish I could find. Let me see. Where could I have possibly put her design? In this folder? Okay, there you go. Kind of. She has like stars going around the. I'll just consider it to be something like this. I don't know if drawing fan art of characters might help me rather than drawing OCs 24/7. I don't... Okay, so I think it'll help you with designs. I don't necessarily think it'll help you with... I don't know. Because, like... So I think it has helped me with, like, figuring out how to draw certain, like, outfits and stuff. I think it's good because, of course, they probably... Some fan arts have, like, outfits that you probably would never draw normally. I don't know how much it's helped me with anatomy. Specifically, or anything like that. It seems to me, at least for me specifically, to have helped mainly with just the anatomy bit of it. Denji Sentai Mega Ranger, aka Power Rangers in Space. Oh. Power Rangers in Space. Well, actually, that kind of, yeah. That seems like it fits. They do kind of look like they're from a different planet, their outfits. Drawing fan art can help in seeing other people's methods of drawing some stuff as well. Drawing some stuff as well as general style, but I think that's mainly it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, it's both the benefits of studying someone's, like, art style, and also the benefits of seeing just other designs in general. But you don't need to draw fan art to get better at art. But I don't think it would hurt. I mainly draw my OCs when I'm practicing anatomy because I don't actually want to focus on design. I really want to focus on, well, anatomy. Because I know my OC's designs for the most part, it's just easier for me to like focus mainly on the anatomy rather than like thinking, oh, is this person like what type, how do I draw this specific part of the clothes or whatever. So not only that, I'm a really picky person when it comes to character design, so it'll be easier on me personally drawing something I won't be picky about. Yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? Whatever. Yeah. Anyway, I enjoy drawing my OCs, so it's also just another fun thing to do while I'm practicing anatomy. Drawing comically large, fat-ass elf ears brings me joy. Fair enough. They do look pretty... Oh. They do bring joy. Let me think about something. I've done quite a bit of drawing today, huh? On stream. Did I start streaming at... Oh, I started streaming in the middle of 2:30. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, wait, why is it so late? But I've only been streaming for 5 hours instead of like 6 or something. I do like the way that Terrorita's hair was drawn in the cover for the light novel for Sentenced to be a Hero. I think that that's probably like the only thing that I like more about the design compared to the anime design. Of course, though, I think it is obviously kind of unreasonable for an anime to try to draw such detailed hair or such a like complex hair shapes. So, I need to make more OCs, honestly, since I only have like a couple and I pick and choose from. I only have a couple I pick and choose from. Fair enough. Fair enough. Give yourself a bigger selection pool. Okay, good night, DRJ. Or is it just Dr. J, actually? Speak of her hands would be here. Her arm is coming down here. It's gonna be, and then her hand would probably be like here. Unfortunately for me, I haven't actually sketched out this hand, so I'm just gonna be doing it kinda... Okay, it's fine. I guess I don't have to focus that hard on it. Like I said, just low effort stuff. I can't get caught up in the waters. Dennis, have you explained why you draw adolescence aesthetics? I just draw cute characters because I like how they look. Like, so when I started getting into anime, I think Tatsumaki is what made me get into like anime specific art style for the most part. Like seeing how Yusuke Murata does it. I wouldn't actually necessarily, like, I don't connect them to children because they don't look like human beings to me. Right? But I can recognize that they're cute. I guess. It's just not the way that my brain interfaces with this stuff, I guess. Like, let me see. It'd be different if the art style was, like, realistic, you know? If anime had like realistic faces and realistic like body proportions, but for the most part they don't. Like if you actually put these characters next to like people, they don't, you know, there's kind of a big difference between them. So much so that you can, I mean, you can obviously tell them apart, like what's an actual human being and what's an anime character. My brain just doesn't connect the two. It's kind of like if you, no, let me see. What's a good comparison? Maybe like Mickey Mouse? No. I'd have to think more on how to like properly illustrate. Not illustrate, but properly like have a, because I think like really good analogies are very helpful for communication, but I just don't. I haven't like found something that perfectly illustrates what I want. I can like give some general ideas that like general comparisons or analogies, but they don't actually, they're not precise enough for me to like properly, you know, get across what I want to say. What I would like to say. Let's get this cape thing on. This cape is gonna be annoying as hell. Adolescent features? What's so like adolescence is between, I guess it's just anything after 13, right? Between 13 and 18. Let me look this up. But yeah, if you're asking why do I draw the characters that I draw, because I find them cute. And I find that art style appealing. No, give me a definition. God damn it. Why am I on here? Oh, right, okay. There's a movie called Adolescent. Okay, no. Give me the definition. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was mostly correct. Anyways, I think a good example to your point of realistic, the anime Code Geass, where 16-year-olds are about 6 to 7 heads tall. You know what? Because I'm not brain rotted, right? I'm really not. Anyways, yeah. When I believe real life kids are shorter, well, yeah. Furries are hard to draw. And I've made furries canon to my world building project. Fair enough. I think there's like a couple peculiar like anatomy things that comes along with drawing furries that makes them pretty difficult. Yes, 6, 7. But yeah, I think like the most realistic anime I've ever seen is, oh no, it's actually Flowers of Evil. I was gonna say Monster, but is it Flowers of Evil or Flower of Evil? In any case, that anime had like because like that anime is just rotoscoped, for the most part. But yeah, Flower of Evil or Flowers of Evil, that had the most realistic art style because it wasn't really that stylized at all. It was like just basically rotoscoped human beings. Whereas if you look at like an anime like Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, if you look at JoJo's, if you look at Mob Psycho 100, you know those guys who are in middle school, like the bodybuilding club. What is it? What is the actual, the fitness club? Whatever. Those guys, are they not supposed to actually just be middle schoolers? But but compared to like Mob, their proportions are just like massive. Right? Or am I wrong? Or are they not middle schoolers, but they're actually high schoolers? You know, I don't know, actually, now I'm thinking about it. But then why would Mob be in there? His number immediately says he's not braided. Listen, okay, the world has ruined me. I'm just, I'm not brain rotted, actually. shit. Body Improvement Club, yeah. Those guys. My goats, by the way. I've seen anime where characters are in high school and are 15 and for some reason look older than me. And I'm 19. Yeah. JoJo's got the most realistic high/middle schoolers. Heh. Okay, pal. Whatever you say. But yeah. Being reminded of the movie Benchwarmers and the 12-year-old. I don't actually know what that anime is. Or no, not anime, but movie. I've never seen that. I mean, yeah, it's very rare that when like a movie stars. No, that's not true. But I used to watch like a bunch of Netflix shows as a kid, and like the teenagers were just played by adults. And as a kid, it's like I don't, cause like I guess I was just easily, my brain was like easily, yeah, that's a kid for sure. But then as you get older, you're like, wait, no, these are just grown ass people. But I guess I'm really good at suspending my disbelief in any case. So. Oh yeah, or when you have a teacher who's supposed to be 30, but they look like they belong in preschool. Yeah. Okay, there you go. And then when you see their home, you find out they're alcoholics. You know, I haven't seen many anime like that, actually. Or at least not that I remember. Let's see if I could bring in this massive plate on her chest. You're talking about gushing over magical girls. Gushing over magical girls. By the way, did that get a season 2? I'm not too sure, because I haven't kept up with it. She has this friend named Kiwi, and they fight magical girls. But bro, the character's age bothers me so damn bad. What's wrong with it? I genuinely I don't know what age they said she was. She has these, whatever the heck these things are. And I think I'm just gonna color them black. Even though they're not technically black, they're like this other color, but whatever. That comes out like that, and that. Now I have to go search for. Oh, by the way, yeah. But I need to search for that other thing. Her design right there. What did I do? Right, it's gold. It's trimmed gold on the edges. Okay. here. Bring that up, wrap that around there. I've only seen the first 2 episodes of Magical Index, haven't seen the rest, though I've heard Scientific Railgun is the better series. I started watching Scientific Railgun, never finished it. It was so long. There's a lot of series that I started and I just haven't finished. I kind of just end up dropping, not because they're necessarily bad, but just because I kind of forgot to go back to them. The Tuaru series is definitely one of them. I was gonna start Accelerator 2. Yeah, I never ended up watching that either. Better protagonist mostly for Railgun. It's the electric one, right? Is her name like Misaka or something like that? I researched that anime, but the timelines with the episodes of different shows confused me. Fair enough. If you'd like to finish season 1 of them, you'd have to go to the other one and watch season 2. What? What are you talking about? That's so weird. It is very odd. Are you saying that this show has a more confusing watch order than Fate? Just kidding. I don't think Fate has the most confusing watch order. At least, not the ones that I've been given. I guess it's more so that Fate has like a very disputed like watch order or something like that. And a lot of jumping around in that series, which I don't mind. I love which I don't mind. I love Fate, which is also confusing, but I see. I never finished Log Horizon, but that's because Crunchyroll kept having technical issues whenever I tried watching one of the episodes towards the end. I've heard of Log Horizon. I don't even know what it's about. But I've heard the name a bunch. Okay, I'm gonna remove her nose. No nose for you. Miss Teorita. Let me bring your head out a little bit more. I think in this case, I kind of made her head a little bit too... Well, let me check, actually. No, her head might actually be properly sized. Oh, Log Horizon is so good at the start. The specification of at the start is concerning. Watching it in release order. Although I started watching Fate. I skipped 2006 because it was just not that fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. If watch order is confusing, then just do it in chronological order, in my opinion, since you can just watch it like how the fandom did. Fair enough. Okay, hold on. Log Horizon is pretty much people trapped in an MMO, except when they die, they just respawn. I see. NPCs are mortal, though. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Interesting. Love the Ninja Girl? Would you think that I would have seen the Ninja Girl? Like, do you think I know what her name is? Or do you think I know her design? Like, is she popular enough for me to have seen her design, even though I've never watched it, is the question I'm trying to ask. Did I just draw some of her armor without... No? Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, you didn't watch the newest season. Okay, cool. What is that even supposed to be? The hair. Okay, so I'll just delete. That. And that. And that. Cool. everyone gets trapped in an MMO and the main enemy is literally boredom. Now when people talk about Log Horizon, they point out how there aren't any consequences to when you die, so we can just focus on fun, but it's not entirely true. There actually are consequences. I mean, like, I tried watching it, just kind of stopped. Huh. There are consequences, just that they're so minor you might forget about it. Oh. Well, maybe I'll put that on my to-watch list, actually. Let me try and figure out how I want to wrap this thing around her arm. So, like, I mean, I guess straight up what I could do is just take this, and then you just won't be able to see her arm or hand in this design. Which is ironic, since the Log Horizon gets mostly criticized by his pacing being boring. Huh. Let me bring in her knee area more. I think I'm relatively done with this. It's a cool concept and idea, but lukewarm execution. Unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. I'm gonna put these up in the folder. I'm gonna put this in a new folder. And I'm gonna set this all to that. I think the only oh no, technically you would be able to see that, so I have to get rid of that too. I gotta rewatch/reread Kimono Jihen, since I don't think there'll be a season 2. Is this another no game, no life situation? And then that's all for the skin, because anything lower is in like a bodysuit, and anything, well, and right here should be, how high up does her, oh, okay, cool, so like about there. Yeah, I've been holding hope, but I don't think it'll come. No, you gotta have the same amount of delusion as the No Game No Life fan base. Although I think even they're losing hope for their anime, which is unfortunate. I really did like No Game No Life. It was really nice, and the art style was very colorful, which felt like unique. I think like the art style was very unique. Speaking of, no Shiro. No, I don't have Shiro. Well, no, I must have Shiro. Yeah, I do have Shiro. Okay. I know I thought of her at some point, so it'd be ridiculous if I didn't actually end up thinking to draw her at some point. Oopsie. Okay. Flowers of Evil is a really interesting anime. It's really odd. I never finished it. Damn it, it's only ever my Steven Universe fan art that gets traction on Twitter. Unfortunate. I guess that's the fandom you're... actually, I don't know. Sometimes, yeah, randomly... There are just some things that just do better than others. You have to find them. And hopefully it is that you also like them as well. I just find it funny that with Log Horizon, the author of the light novel got arrested for tax fraud. And the fraud was that he wasn't aware that his show blew up in popularity. Ah, interesting. We need some rich guy to fund No Game No Life, like with what happened with ReZero. Yeah. Wait, who's funding ReZero? Like, you're talking about Wait, who's funding White Fox? To, like, is it Kadokawa? Like, that's the actual... I'm not too in touch with, like, the economic side of any anime or anything. Of Steam Universe, but damn, I at least want some of my OCs to get more popular. It's way harder to get an OC to be popular. Usually because things get popular when people are when people connect to the IP or the specific character. So like if they know the story. But because people generally don't know your OCs, it's gonna be harder for them to connect and like want to engage with it, I guess. You'd have to kind of draw your OC in a situation or something that appeals to people. It could be like something funny or whatever, but if it's way harder to get like any serious character moments or whatever, like drawings of your OCs to be more popular. And you also have to get lucky. You're gonna have to get way more lucky than if you were just drawing like an established character. Okay, let's see if this low effort drawing is the type of style that I want. It kind of looks like a mix between my pathos drawing and not... I mean, not like you guys really know what I'm talking about, but that's neither here nor there. She also has like a scar on her face. Or not a scar, just a marking, it seems. There you go. I need... Yeah, gotta make some shit posts, but don't want to right now. Fair enough. Well, good luck. What do you do? And then the wrist, it cuts off there, and then the fingertips have the little bits of white part. Now underneath here will be the actual bodysuit thing that she has. So right here will be that. Oh, I'm not actually drawn the inside part of her leg. Okay. I'll need to do that. Not that. You. There we go. Should be something like that. Hello, Nini. How's your day going? Boop. Bro, it's terrible at estimating when a stream will end. That's true. I end up going for a tad bit longer. How long have I been streaming for? 5 hours and 43 minutes. Wowie. Almost 6 hours. To be fair, I guess today I really was aiming for like 6 hours, but I kind of underestimated when I thought that would be. I thought it would be at like 8. I thought it'd be at 8 p.m., but I forgot that I started the stream a little bit later than 2 p.m. So of course it'll be a little bit later than 8 p.m. I saw that I had a little bit more time left for what I wanted to do today, so well, here I am. You know, I can totally, well, this, yeah, if I wanted to, this would be a super easy one. Never mind, my YouTube is broken. Eh. It doubles your stream time? What? And I'm terrible with time. Does it have to do with your clock being broken as well? Okay. Now time to do this. Oh nah, he knows me too well. Okay, there you go. Oh right, I can't go past the hair. Okay. I mean, that basically worked. I just need, like... Yeah, I just need the cloak stuff. Which will be like this white color. May I ask how you color/draw? That's kind of a broad question. How I color/draw? Oh, what specifically? I mean, because like in general, to me, I'm for sure just like I'm just thinking about making strokes on the page. I do have in my mind a general idea that like of like the shape that I'm trying to fill in. I think a lot in shapes rather than singular lines. So yeah, I also have like I mean that's what I've seen a lot of artists like talking about as well. Thinking more in like bigger shapes, like think in big shapes first, and then you like refine downwards into smaller and smaller shapes, I suppose. But you're still in the sketching phase? Yeah, basically. See, it's interesting. You've kind of caught me at a time where I'm trying out a different style of a kind of more simple style of drawing. But yes, I am kind of in the sketching. No, not really. So let me see if I can take all this down with me. That's her. I mean, so the sketching phase of the drawing was this. I put in this like the body sketch. This was the sketching phase. Which was just me trying to get in the basic shapes. And then after the sketching phase, I went into the line art phase. Oopsie. So I went from this thing to this thing, which I mean it's not too different, it's just a little bit more refined. And then I brought in the clothes and stuff. Though what you're seeing me doing right now, this method is a very broken. It's a very simplified like way that I normally draw. If you rewind back in the stream, you can see me doing in this like putting in this drawing, which also is another simplified like way of me. I mean, yeah, that one was also simplified. This is not my like full rendering capabilities, I guess. I was really trying to go for a more low effort drawing. Not like sketching, but I mean, when I go about it, whenever I'm sketching in the body, I start with the head, even though that's probably not that's not what people say to start with, but that is what I do because that's just what I've practiced. That's what I'm the most used to. I put in the head, and then after I've put in the head, I make like a center line for the body, the general shape of where I want the body to go, and then I bring in the sides of the body. You can like rewind and kind of just like skim through my general process. I think seeing would be more useful than me like talking about it. You know, I guess I'm not that good at talking, and also it's kind of difficult to describe visually. It's kind of like trying to describe a fight that you saw happen when there's like no, that's not necessary, but yeah. It's easier to see it and like understand it than to speak it. I guess that's what Yami was talking about when it comes to references. To experience is different than to be described the experience. Well, yeah, I guess that's kind of obvious though. I need to also bring in those gold bits now. Okay, so I also need to put in the white bits of this. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Frog. Good day to you. This thing is supposed to be paler than the other parts of her armor. From what I remember, around the end of the second season of ReZero, the anime wasn't doing so good, but got a bunch of popularity when a random millionaire mentioned he wanted to fund another season. Oh wow, really? Interesting. Yeah, season 2 of ReZero was kind of shaky quality-wise, you can tell. But there was a big boost in quality from season 2 to season 3. A massive boost. Is that what happened? Although I'm quite unsure on why. I don't know if it's the same circumstances when it comes to No Game No Life. It's more like, I don't know if it's a case of like whether the team wants. No, I it's more like because in Furry Zero they were trying to put it out. It just was like kind of failing under like some production issues, I assume. But for No Game No Life, I don't know if they even want to make another one in the first place. I guess money's money, right? So money will make a person do something in any case. But I don't know. I want to ask, you don't use the bucket tool to color your line art? Any reason why? I do. So the only reason I'm not doing it here is because I'm using a brush that is very, for the line art for this drawing specifically, I'm using a brush that is very airy. So it's very it's unpleasant to try to fill a brush like this. Like let's say we have like a character where let's just say their eyes are like this, very goofy drawing, but and then I want to fill this character to be red. You see how like there's this odd like, well, there's spaces between the lines. If I were to use my normal line art brush, which is the G pen, it would be way better to to use the fill tool with. Of course, I would be using separate layers and putting everything on different layers so it's not like literally on the same layer, the color and the line art, but like this looks way better to me than what the alternative would look like if I were to do it. So that's why I'm doing it. They ended up not funding it, but it trended and got a bunch of eyes and news into it. I wonder if the author being Brazilian like me, difficult things. I'm not sure I follow the end of that sentence. But yeah, like for instance, for this drawing over here, this Capella drawing, I did use the fill tool to fill in all the colors because the lines have no holes in them. The line art doesn't. You know, it's like a solid brush. That is quite the face, isn't it? But yeah, for this one, it is just not the best for fill tool. Author of No Game No Life, I mean. Oh, okay. Maybe. I know I forget if it was the manga. I think the manga got in trouble for like copyright infringement, if I was correct, but I don't know if that's the actual reason why there's no season, no new season or anything. Nor do I even know how legitimate those claims was about the copyright infringement. Different brushes are better with different coloring techniques, yeah. It just seems way more. And plus, for this very messy, this is a very messy, like, low effort style I'm trying to go for. So I think like the lack of precision that comes with not using the bucket tool, it feels correct. It feels like it fits the style that I'm doing right now. More than a more precise tool like the bucket. That's weird. Would it be like right there? I like that type of brush style you're using. Thank you. Yeah, it's more sketchy. Plus, I love the G pen style because everything is like sharper. Yeah, I like the G pen. I would like to do a style like this, but with a G pen instead. I think that'd be my ideal type of thing. The next drawing I do will probably be that. Although I'm not gonna do another drawing today, I don't believe. I think I'm gonna be ending the stream relatively soon. Kind of like pen versus pencil in a way. Yeah, I like pen, to be fair. I draw with ballpoint pens on my traditional sketchbook. I like the permanence of it, I guess. Hold on, before I even do that. And then let me come over here. Okay, now I will go on to the highlights, which should just be relatively simple dots. Something like that. I don't want too many of them. I would not like too many of the highlights. The one on the chest probably feels a little bit stupid. Well, let me see. I think they're a little bit too bright. I'll just darken them slightly. Okay, cool. Then I'll have to do the what's it called? Let's do the clothes rendering too. Well, it's not really rendering. I mean, I guess it is kind of, but it's not gonna be too in-depth, just kinda trying to find a perfect balance. Yeah! Trying to find a balance between something that's more precise and something that's more sketchy looking. I'm inspired by those artists that can strike that balance. Been drawing on and off for like 2 years, but I still feel kind of stuck in the same level I'm trying to do a comic book, but the skill is not there. Any suggestions? Yeah, so I would recommend look at artists who are doing things that you find cool and useful and use them as a reference. Try and figure out what exactly it is that they are doing that you think you could take from them, and like just try and copy one aspect of the reference. It might be the way that they construct the body, it might be the way that they draw the eyes, the mouth, or hair maybe, or like the way that they construct the hair. Sketches were very helpful for me. So like I looked at a bunch of sketches, especially like on Pinterest and stuff, and I studied like how the artists put down the sketches, how simple they made the body, how they made the body interlock with itself, things like that, I guess. The different shapes that they were to use. She has orange hair, not red. The tips are like orange, not red. I started to improve more when I did focus on those things. It's more like a bunch of small steps that lead to big progress, because anything that looks like super complex or super good tends to just be a bunch of simple techniques that are built on each other. So like a bunch of small simple techniques that are built on each other that eventually start to look more complex, I guess. That seems to be what I've seen. And usually starting, yeah, so like trying to find even art styles that are less complex too. That might help. It could be that, it could just be sketches, you know. It's basically just trying to make the references that you're using more digestible to you. I'll need to go, but it was great to find you. Have a great rest of your day. You too. I'm glad you like my stuff, and have a good rest of your day as well. Actually, I will be leaving soon as well. It's probably been around 6 hours now, hasn't it? Yep, 6 hours and 3 minutes. I'd like to finish the Tiarita drawing before I go, so I will. So I will do that. Oh, but yeah, hello, Henry Leon. Hopefully your day's going well. Me and my stuttering. Because I'm not thinking far enough ahead. I also need to make the video for the challenge. Ugh. Today is going to be a little bit stacked. I hope I can get everything done. Well, the challenge video probably shouldn't take that long. Hopefully. Perspective is something I struggle with. Any ideas? It's kind of the same thing. When I was learning perspective, I looked at artists who did perspective in a way that I found good, and I kind of just tried to copy the reference. I didn't try and copy the entire reference. I just tried to copy the ways that they made the body overlap with itself to make it look like there is perspective happening. You know, things like this. The way that the chest overlaps with the rib cage, the head overlaps with the shoulders, and that type of thing. You got any mostly safe for work accounts by any chance? I don't think so. I mean, YouTube is gonna be your closest bet, honestly. YouTube is gonna be your closest bet. I used to, but then it's just a lot of work for me to keep up on a bunch of different things. It's just easier for me to post to one account, for the most part. Yeah. I mean, what I'm trying to do now on my Twitter is I'm trying to like mark the things that are like sensitive content as that, you know, mark anything NSFW as sensitive. They're not all marked as that, so there are some that are still NSFW but are very much exposed. But I'm trying to like make it so the ones that are NSFW are marked as such, so you have to click on them to be able to see them, I guess. I do kind of have some like that, but I don't really keep up with them anymore, so they're not listed in the links in the description of my stream. And plus, most of my stuff is suggestive anyways, I guess. It's rare that I just have a completely, like, I guess, wholesome drawing. Your Twitter is good enough. But my Twitter is NSFW. Although, yeah, recently I have been marking them. Let me go to my Twitter. Let's see how long it takes for me to find something that's truly NSFW. Ah. Okay, right. So, like, yeah, immediately. Right, okay, naturally. That makes sense. Well. I don't know how it's possible to get flashed by your own artwork, but I found out. Yeah, so it turns out that I'm failing at the marking the NSFW stuff. But I'll try harder now. Here, instantly. Listen. Yeah. Yeah, there's no way to spin it. It's like, okay, let me see. One safe for work, one NSFW, one suggestive, but I don't know. One NSFW, one suggestive, but not NSFW, one NSFW, one safe for work, but not NSFW, one not safe for, one, okay, one safe, hold on. Yeah, this one is safe for work, that one's safe, no, that one's NSFW, that one's NSFW, that one is NSFW, but barely. This one also is, that one is, that one is. That one is NSFW. This one's not NSFW. This one, yeah. Yeah. Oh, but then after a little while, it gets safe for work, technically safe for work, technically safe for work, technically safe for work, technically safe for work. This one is not safe for work. This one is safe for it's suggestive, but somehow if you scroll down for long enough, it tends to be it becomes less NSFW heavy. I guess. Actually. Still streaming? Yeah. Although I'm about to finish soon. I'm about to finish soon. What do you use to draw in digital? I use a Huion 16 Pro, I think. Huion 16 Pro, yeah. What is your dream for art? I'm kind of already doing it. I want to look at art that I find interesting. I want to learn from them. I want to get better, and I'm already getting better, right? I'm kind of always getting better. So in a sense, I'm always fulfilling my goal, my dream. I just want to. I want to make art that I enjoy, I guess. Make art that I find cool. At the very least, satisfying to look at. So I think I'm already kind of doing it. If there's ever like a serious kind of goal, it's like quote unquote, it's not like a real goal, it's more like just a fun thing you can say. I want to become an art god, similar to like Yusuke Murata, or perhaps Kim Jung-gi, or something like that, one of those guys. The people who could like draw anything and it'll turn out interesting. Of course, I don't want to draw exactly like them, I just want to have that level of skill. But that's not a real goal. Like, even if I fail that goal, I don't think I'd ever like, I'm not gonna be like sad or anything or disappointed. It'd just be like, well, I tried. So I really just want to improve. Whether I get anywhere impressive or not, I just want to improve somewhere. Improve and do something. I'm gonna go ahead and head out since the stream is about to end and my friend is doing something. Well, goodbye. Have a good day. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Your characters always look so squishy. Mine is rather stiff. I don't know. I'm not good with fleshy bits. I think it comes down to... Are you talking about, like, the rendering? I think relying less on lines and more on, like, the very... Let me see. Like, so... Yeah, I think using more soft shadows is good. I'm not talking about airbrush, though, because too many soft shadows and not enough hard shadows makes your drawing look... It's just a hard thing to describe, but it doesn't look the best. I do have some hard shadows here, obviously. But having a mixture of hard shadows and like more redder colors to the drawing, and then contrasting the red colors with the highlights. Like for instance, right here on the shoulder, the shoulder has this highlight, but the entire shoulder is kind of redder than usual, so it kind of makes it look softer, at least in my head. I don't know. But I followed you on Twitter. Keep up the godly drawings. Or sorry, the Goldie drawings. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thinking bigger, thinking in larger shapes might make your drawing seem a little bit less stiff. If that may... Find an artist who draws in a very simple way, but makes their character... I mean, I give you examples, but they're going to be NSFW artists, and I'm not necessarily... Well, yeah. Let me see. What's her name? That's a crazy name. But yeah, there's a bunch of artists out there who do draw in that kind of way that I am trying to learn from. They focus less on the lines, and they let their rendering do a lot of the work. I can't type today. Well, don't worry, I can't speak today either. We're both suffering with our own issues, I guess. Although I think not being able to speak is a little bit of a more pressing issue than not being able to type. No, I'm joking. They're both not that big a deal, as long as you're actually trying to do them better. Actually, to be fair, typing on the internet is not the most important thing. As long as people vaguely understand what you're trying to say. Which I did. I basically understood what you're trying to say. And that's good enough. Me, on the other hand, sometimes my language is too muddy. Too muddy, murky, and difficult to understand what I actually mean. I suck, I assume I suck at rendering though, so I guess I'm fucked. No, actually, I think if you're not firmly in place with a way that you render, I think that's probably one of the best places to be. That means you have like a lot of... I think a blank canvas has a better, it has more potential than one that already has lines on it, you know? You don't have to start with anything complicated. My rendering style is not that complicated, and if you just want to get to mine, like, I think I'm relatively simple. You can see like the layers that I've used. We have if we just take away all of this, we have the shadow layer, which is me just going around with a round brush, a softer kind of round brush, and I kind of blend some of the edges, and I leave some of the edges hard because it looks more interesting that way. I add some blush to some areas. You can see, like on the shoulders, the belly button, the cheeks. And then finally, I add the highlight. And that makes it look a little bit more soft and shiny and glossy. I need to make this wider now. But you'll just find an artist that draws in a way that you like, and then you just kind of try and pick apart what exactly makes their art the way that it is in the first place. Try and find the core of what you like about it, and try to copy it. And it's not like you'll be able to succeed immediately, but even trying and failing will probably look better than what you were doing before. That is something that I found. There are some artists that I tried to study, and I might fail, but at least I learned something. It might even be something accidental. Like, you might be trying to learn how to make a drawing look more soft, but you end up learning how to make your lines a little bit clearer or something like that. I don't know. I can render, I just suck with colors. Skin looks too dead and colors too saturated. Things just don't fit together. Fair. I recently have been using less saturated colors. I like One Piece. That's nice. I have never seen One Piece. The colors I use for the skin are pretty desaturated. I think rather than making all of your shadows super saturated, you can just pick small areas like the shoulders, the belly button, and the cheeks to like add the more saturated colors. At least that's what I do. So rather than like making the entire drawing look super saturated and too saturated, you can pick select areas to give extra rendering to. I mean, extra saturation to, and it kind of makes everything seem. You can have like the balance of lack of saturation with saturated stuff. I guess I explained that kind of poorly, but perhaps you understand what I'm trying to say. Hello, Silver Comet. How's your day going? Glad to see Tiarita. Yep, I haven't drawn her in a while. I mean, not like I was really planning to. I don't know why I ended up drawing her. Hello, Lily. Not my child, by the way. Singular just adopted kid is not my kid. You have pet ducks now? That's actually pretty nice. Well, hope you have fun with your ducks. Are ducks easy to take care of? Alright, was just thinking. Actually, said Torita. Which is funnier, actually. You're just thinking about what? Oh, wait, no, what were you thinking about? I said, oh, like I understood something. I did not understand a single thing. And what was it that you were thinking about? My drawings on the whole are rather desaturated. Like, if you actually, if you really do look at this drawing, it's not that, like, look at these colors. They're always closer to the left side than the right side, if you look at the color wheel. It's rare that they ever get super like, over here, where, like, the fire is where it's mostly saturated, but yeah. The gold is kind of saturated, but even so, and the skin especially, not that saturated. Even the blush parts where they're supposed to be a little bit more saturated, not that saturated. I need to go to sleep. I have work in 5 hours. Well, have a good rest, hopefully. Actually, 5 hours of sleeping is not that good a rest. But good luck. Okay, close. I'm so happy I cried the moment I saw them. Well, that's nice. I would just stay here now, because I don't know what to do. I'm so stunned and happy. Fair enough. Right there. I need to move over here. Actually, I have to take off her cloak so I can shade it better, actually. I just realized that her cloak is certainly blocking this area. Something like that. Okay, put back on the cloak. I need to then add another layer, and I think I'm going to have this layer be a little bit closer to the skin. Something like that might look decent. Oh, its name is Quackers. Cheese and Quackers. Nice. Duck pun. Hello, yes sir Miles. How's your day going? I'm actually going to use some of the blending brush too, just to make it look a little bit more smooth. I want to look pretty, I want to have texture, decent texture. So there's like there's some friction for the eyes, some traction for the eyes. Because I think friction is like pretty. People tend to see friction as bad, so I think traction is better because traction means grip, and people like and people like grip. Is it this thing that's causing that? No, it's this. Yes, I am drawing tights right now. Shiny rocks. My dream names for ducks. I've been dreaming of this day for like years. Well, your dreams have come true. Grippy. Or actually, in this case, Gippy. I do like it grippy. Okay, pal. I mean, I definitely was the one who set people up for that, so I don't know if I can really say okay, pal, to you. How can I say that when it's my fault? Finally, I'm gonna come in here with some red. Some more saturated red color. Okay, there we go. Maybe I'll desaturate it just a tad bit. Or erase it. Yeah, that's relatively fine. Okay, I think I'm relatively... Okay, I'm gonna stop saying relatively. I think I'm pretty much done with this drawing. Just a random sketch. Not a sketch, but a random doodle. Okay, I guess I was kind of close. I was gonna say relatively again. I'm kind of close to what I was aiming for with the type of rendering and such that I did. Am I 100% satisfied? Not necessarily, but I think it's decent. Well, thank you guys for coming to the stream. Like I said before, links are in the description to my Pixif, my Twitter, my the Discord, or you can go to the Patreon. In the Patreon, currently I'm doing, well, I do exclusive artworks in the Patreon. Right now I'm drawing Shelter Bloodfallen. That's just an airbrush for the red? No, I'm still using this round brush right here. I'm just using a very light version of it. Like, I'm not pressing that hard. For the... Yeah, no, I don't think I've actually used the airbrush in this. Because I want it to look a little bit rough. Yeah, but have a nice day. I think I'm gonna post, I have this Azami drawing from Sugumomo that I'm gonna post to Pixif, I believe. I liked how it came out, I just forgot to actually post it, but I remembered today, so I will post it. In any case, yeah, good day to you guys. I think those highlights look way better. Like, it's that versus that. Yeah, that looks better. Hold on. I'm going to just add some... the actual whites of the eyes. I just wonder how much better this drawing would look if I do that. Yeah, the whites of the eyes look better. Okay, cool. Good day.